Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, they're so sad, dude. They're sad. I didn't realize how sad they were. They're extremely sad people. They do it. They hate themselves. Jerk ritual. I I honestly think they're less intelligent than the people that they watch. It's either that they're extremely dumb or they're bullshitting. Just you and Ben's chat, Casey? Yeah. I was thinking about it. At the end of the day, when you pry apart the bullshitting and the gaslighting each other and all that garbage, when you get to like the nitty gritty of why they live stream 12 hours a day, you realize they're sad. They're really sad and they feel alone. And that's the same for the people that on this side of the screen and people in the hate watching stream. I didn't realize it. I'm kind of naive sometimes. Like I really believe that what people were saying about themselves in the chat was true. But I watched it long enough to realize, oh, they're all bullshitters on both sides of that stream. The people that are watching and the people in the comment section. It's just this never-ending cycle of bullshit trying to be better than other people. It was so cool to go down and look at it, and I've just never seen shit like that before in my life. I've never seen people get in a group together and lie to each other about their life, watching somebody else homeless begging for money and then getting together to try to ruin that person's life. I've never really seen cyberbullying. I had one kid that would call me a homeless schizo faggot, and then he held his pregnant wife at gunpoint because he said an angel came into the room on my birthday. Old Town, Maine. It happened on my birthday. An angel came into the room, and he tweaked and held his pregnant wife at gunpoint. That's the only person other than internet trolls on the YouTube, which is kind of, you can't avoid it. The only person IRL that's ever done it, 100% illegal. It's called organized harassment, targeting. It's literally gang stalking. I just want to see where it goes. Because I was hoping at the end of the day, like, here's a good example. So they say the crows, Casey thinks about crows, all this. One time, every time I pop into the live stream on Bender's chat, the person that he's watching, literally, as soon as I open the chat, I've only gone in the time I did it, he was watching some old man with like a Misfits shirt on, crow to these trolls, onto his live and said, did you just say you wish you could be a crow to the trolls? And then the guy went, I do wish I could be a crow to the trolls. And then Bender immediately went to the next live stream. Because I'm like, come on, admit it's real. He watched for 2 weeks as every time I entered a live stream, somebody named Ray, somebody named Brian, somebody named Daniel, and somebody named KC would all show up every time. It was just right in his face the whole time, and he chooses to like lower himself. So I have to assume he's like 11th grade, 12th, maybe 7th grade. It's got to be a broccoli-haired freshman. That's the only way. Unless they're more mentally ill than the people that they're watching. If they are older, they're ex-addicts. They have brain injuries that are untreated. They're unhealed. It's the only way than other people. But so retarded, if that makes sense. I mentioned it earlier. When I would watch those live streams, I would look in the comment section because I'd never seen shit like this in my life. What I noticed is that they would spam a bunch of stuff in the chat, and then the next day, when they showed up into the chat again, or like 2 days or whatever, the next time I would open it, they would be upset at the person they were watching for the same behavior they did the last time I joined the live stream. I was watching them do things, and I was like, that's kind of, like, I don't know why they're talking like this. I would say bullshitting, lying about their life, trying to like promote themselves as bigger than they are, better than they are. Talking bad about somebody else. And just the overall, like, the idea of taking advantage or misleading people and being dishonest. Then they would get upset at the streamer for showing a little bit closer to how they are. And I realized that at the end of it, they're not just sick losers. They're very sad. They live in this place here where they're always avoiding this painful feeling. This painful feeling right here, the sadness, something with it's like loneliness or how hard life is or something. And the only way to cope with this feeling is that they completely cut it off here, and then they've gone into this community of people that hate other people for fun. What I've noticed, you do all that too? No, I take, like, if you watch the live streams a lot, if I talk like this for a long time and I'll try to tell a story and I say something that's an exaggeration, I immediately correct it. Like, it's hard to talk to a camera for hours if I don't. I'm like, sorry, I have ADHD. I'm not a bullshitter. I didn't fake my... I'm just like, what if I, they need it to be untrue. They need the crows to not be conscious. You say, crows are so smart. Everyone's like territorial. And then they respond to the electromagnetic, the same way that birds chirp, and then you can see the energy go from the bird, and then it stimulates the flower, and the flower opens. So is it really that crazy to say that my existence in the forest, when nobody else really is out in the woods, how many people do you know that actually stay out in the woods all day, 24/7? Is it really that big of a thing to say that they get triggered by my presence sometimes? When I wake up in the morning and I feel peace. It happened like 20 minutes ago. Where I had this positive feeling, and then the crows swarmed and started screaming. Bird right to left. So I think that they need it to be, because I talk about the same names just over and over again. Undisputable proof that everywhere I go, there's the same set of 5 or 6 names. Even in Bender's chat, when he was watching the live stream, and I would join the live stream, because every time I said hi, they would just non-stop just bullshitting in circles, trying to character assassinate. When it doesn't work, they just try to make up whatever excuse they can to not have to lose the delusional coat. Then I would go into the chat for the live stream that they were watching, and I would be followed by a Brian and a Daniel and a Casey and a Ray about 5 times. And then I think Spirit was like, when that doesn't work, let's take it a bit further. So then immediately he opens up a live stream, and the guy goes, I wish I could be a crow to these trolls. So I say, did you just say you wanted to be a crow to the trolls? And then the guy said, yeah, I did. And then immediately Bender clicked out. He was like, fuck, Spirit's weaving its way in. I'm going to have to wake up and realize my own actions. You fully lost it? No, look, I'm fine. I've just lived a really unique life, and I have a perspective based off of the truth. I don't know why. It's like the the Casey's, Franks, Bryans over and over and over and over again with the Lokis. And then even like it's every day, bro. Like I was thinking about like I watched Loki. I rewatched Loki this or yesterday morning. I got to episode 2 where you find out that the villain in Loki's name is Sylvia. And then eventually you realize that Sylvia and Loki work together to defeat KC or Kang the Conqueror with the help of Casey, whose name is Frank, and then OB or Ouroboros. Then I click off, and my mind's like, you haven't seen The Truman Show in years. You might as well watch it again. So I open up The Truman Show, and then I realize, oh shit, Truman knew the whole time that he was in a stage where nothing was real. He was practicing, rehearsing the lines in front of the mirror. And then he goes out and goes, hey, and he puts on a show. And then he found out that it wasn't real because of a girl named Sylvie, like Sylvie from Loki. Truman gets excited, and he runs down the street, which is not good for the actors on the stage. He's too excited. So just like when the crows come to scream me, or the people come to bother me when I get too free, immediately when Truman is too free, two twins walk up and push him into a Casey's chicken. You lied about being someone else on your account. You spoke about yourself in the third person, but didn't believe you took a dirty nap. No. That person was 18 years old, and her name isn't what she said her name was. But her and her husband are real people. And I did leave them a Google Doc saying, hey, I don't know if I'm gonna be alive. I'm thinking about suicide. I'm pretty serious about it. This is all my Google passwords. This is all my Google Docs. I left a paragraph for 6 people about this is just what I would say. So 6 different paragraphs, and then I said, you have full access to my music, you have full access to my social medias, do whatever you want with it, and best case scenario, I'm back in a few months, worst case scenario, I'm gone, I'm going to go do it, goodbye. So then I turned my phone off, and I didn't go back on my phone for about a month. I went and took a gun from the homeless person's car, and I went to go shoot myself, and I was cornered by cops because somebody called. They put me in the hospital. I asked them, please don't involuntary me because I'm worried about my car, and if you won't let me kill myself, I don't want my life to be ruined again when you take my car. And I'm back on the street freezing. I worked so hard to get this car. I couldn't find a place to park it. I couldn't find work. I'm trying, and I quit. But if you're gonna try to hospitalize me, don't. So eventually they decided to let me go in the morning. I went and laid out in the snow because my car was like 4 miles away. I didn't want to walk. I wanted to sleep. And then I awoke to a Christian woman that said she felt my anointing and that she wanted to bring me to this place and pray for me. Then she brings me there. He lets me stay there. I stay. I go back to my car. It was towed. I had to get my car back. Then I drove it up, and then I waited there for, how long was I gone? Like a month, 2 months? I was just laying in the shack. And that's all there really is that I left it in the hands of an 18-year-old that I met in my travels. It wasn't anything like romantic or whatever, you know, she is with somebody. I don't know if she said she's married to George. I don't know what the actual like situation is. They're engaged, whatever. But it's just somebody that I knew in the past, and they're the most adult, put together people that I know. Like I wouldn't trust it with my dad or my mom. I don't have anybody else, so I was like, I might as well give it to them. So, and they did what they thought was best. They posted pictures of me. They changed my profile picture and my thumbnail to really nice pictures that, you know, I'm happy. I kept it. I'm really happy with those pictures. Then, I don't know. I haven't really gone back because it's kind of embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of embarrassing to go back and be like, this is my life. So I don't know what they said. You know how many people I know? You know? I've been traveling for 12 years. You guys know about Alex? No. You guys know about Andy? You guys know about Derek? Not the Derek on my YouTube, the other Derek. From 2023 that had the same birthday as me. That was passed out drunk, and I would hang out with him every day and get him to stop being an alcoholic, passed out drunk at the beach every day. You know about Todd and Brenna and Adam and Ryan? Or the other Ryan from my childhood? You know about Tyler? You know about Rebecca? I don't want to bring them to my YouTube where it's just shit talking retards. You know, why would I subject people that I like and care about to this? To psychos with phone addictions, afraid of themselves, and need to hurt somebody else over a phone screen. So trapped in their own delusion and can't accept it, so they hate the idea that everyone else might be delusional, because all they're mad at is a reflection of themselves. And I've told you guys, I've only spoke about like maybe a quarter of what I've been through in life. Because why, at this point, why would I? It wasn't an e-beg situation. I wasn't an e-beggar. I was somebody that was in a dangerous place, and I was afraid I was going to die because people kept trying. And the cops didn't care, and there were no cameras in rural Vermont. And I'd been shot at, I'd been jumped, people had tried to rape me. It was only getting worse. I needed 50 subscribers to go live in case it happened. So then I just decided, fuck it, I'll make content. I don't want to make content. I don't want to be a YouTuber. But at this point, I've been going for so long, I might as well, you know what I'm saying? And that's all it is, you know what I'm saying? Somebody just trying to break into my car. I think a bird landed on my car and made the car alarm go off. Finally. Oh, did you guys see the cross I built? It's just a placeholder until I have enough to do more with it, but it's just 100. It was 100 degrees. It was 106 the other day. I needed something, so. You have the need to be spiritually special that you're willing to lie left and right. It's cringe. No, that's your own shit, man. It has nothing to do with me. I have to edit the video because I was wearing shorts and I wasn't wearing underwear, so I fucking flashed the camera last night. But I did like 10 life path readings, and I was able to guess their kid zodiac sign. I was able to guess their wife and kid zodiac. I was able to see their girlfriend zodiac sign. I was able to tell what career the person was in. I was just talking to them, and I could literally see it last night. Literally, like how specific. Imagine this. I said that I knew that she worked in government, and I knew that she had a private life where she was mainly devoted to being an artist. It turns out she has two, and I said, you're living a double life here. I don't understand. Why do you have a dichotomy? Why is there two different, you're doing two different things here? Which I'd never really gotten into people's work before. But I saw and one is cultural arts and one is government, and she's going to be a mayor. And I knew that. Last night I knew the person had a Gemini wife and a Scorpio child. Like in Bender's live stream, watching other live streamers. When I went into those live streams, who was defending Robbie right now? It was Daniel and Brian, right? Like my sister Danielle. Daniel and Brian are Robbie's defenders right now. I think like he does it 12 hours a day, so it's going to be hard to find the the videos. This guy that claimed he has a life and is so much better than the people he watches, yet he spends more time live, and he's active. He was I told him like 2 weeks ago, or maybe it was a few days ago. I was like, you're really telling these people you have a life? You've been live for 12 hours. And he's like, I do have a life. I'm not just on my phone. And I said, do you type with your mind? You're completely active the whole day. You're full of shit, and I think you're in middle school. You're a high schooler, bro. If you're not a high schooler, you have issues, and you're most likely in Section 8. Even I don't have that much time on my hands. I'm more busy than the people in Bender's chat. You know, I have more of a life than those people. Do I have an Instagram? No. I had an Instagram, and I was actually doing it, like going on dates, posting my life back when I had one, more than this. And it was just the middle of summer 2022, and I commented something like, if this gets 150 likes, I'll ride through LA on a horse and lasso FaZe Lacey and drag him through the city streets. So they removed my Instagram. What the fuck is this? This is the biggest bee I've seen in my life. What? Is that a yellow jacket? Why is it so fucking huge? Why is that yellow jacket so big? How am I just as bad, if not worse, than the people that hate watch? I actually do productive things in my life. Look at how big that bee is, bro. Is that a queen? You can't see it? What do you mean? Shut up my mom for her birthday, she won't let me. I'll fuck your mom. Should I kill that bee? They're just gonna make, if I leave it here, it's gonna make a hive. And then there'll be a lot of bees here. Let's try to get it in this cup. Get away from me, bitch. I thought more for me than I am of you, bitch. This thing doesn't care. Let me get the artillery. I'm gonna smack you out the sky, bitch. Come on. Oh shit! These things are mad. Hey, I'm legally allowed to be here. You're squatting. Why are you so protective of this place? Go in a tree. It scared me away. These people, maybe. Inbred retard cave monkeys. That thing looks like it hurts. I've never seen a bee this big. It's like twerking. I don't know, losers on social media need to hurt people to cope with their own life. That's all it is. Anytime I read a hate comment, you just see you as what you want to make other people feel. Like it's obvious that you have the self-esteem issues. Because you need to try to bring other people down. It fucking came back. It's not leaving. Oh, I gotta kill it. Does your life depend on domedic? I don't know what that means. You're degenerating. Nobody cares. How do I kill? Get away from me, bitch. If I bother it enough, it'll leave. Let's go get my fly swatter. Where are you? This is what I was supposed to do today. But I went and got some shit. There it is. Just block the hate comments and say nothing. I swatted that bitch down. It's dead. Let's go show you what I got on Marketplace. I got it for free. And then I got that for free. It's 100 degrees out right now. But I wanted to show you. I bought a 35-foot tape measure and a 48-inch level and a wrench set. The plan is eventually to have cross beam, big triangle shape beams that go down to support it, another truss in the middle, and then another one on this side that goes out to work as support for this. It doesn't fall over now with the wind, which is pretty good. And then I have a really cool idea for how I want to paint this. And then I went out and I spent 25 bucks on it's an awning, but you unlatch it and it rolls down instead. Chris, people called me schizo because they didn't believe that I am good with the life path readings. Can you tell them that I was pretty eerily spot on, as if it literally wasn't even me? It was like something else showing me. And you could tell them that yesterday I guessed the person's job. I guess that they worked in government and art, and they do. I don't know, I've already shown you guys a bunch of videos about how I can make the crows mad with my mind. I don't really know. Oh, there's another bee right to left. Almost hit me on the side of my head. And then there's a fucking mouse. The mouse is finally out. The mouse has finally left the building. We need a barn cat. Unless Chris is a troll and he was just saying yes to everything I said. You be trolling, Chris. They get mad at their own behavior, man. I don't know what to tell you. 85% was spot on for sure. And then I knew the other guy lived on the res. I knew that he had I knew that he had some type of physical injury impacting his. Yeah, this shit's gonna fucking fall. It was going so well. Hold on. The tripod just picks and chooses when it wants to actually hold the phone. I gotta fix the tripod. What the fuck? There we go. Yeah, Vermont's not bad. It's just it's really outdated and not very intelligent people. Like, when you get into the white community, where all the white people are, they're all mad all day. They just walk around like ruining everybody else's day. I've noticed. That's all they do. Is they're just so trapped in ego games and cave monkey bullshit that most people don't like being around them. Fuck you. I went to get a gym membership the other day, and the person mistook me as wealthy because she knew that I mentioned how much the membership was, and I made it seem like I had the money to get it. So selling the gym membership to me, the only thing that she really had to sell it to me to like make me seem cool, like make it seem cool and that I would like to be there, is talking about how much they don't let people in. And then when I said that I made some comment about that Hardwick gym is actually a lot, even though it's like an hour and a half from me, like I think Northwest. I have a deal with her, so I can go back if I wanted to. That's what I was thinking about. That I wouldn't have to. I just have to pay for gas. Like I'd have to drive across the state and then up, but I'd be able to go walk 10 miles on the track or work hard and shower. The other gym membership near me is like 60 miles away and it's like $50 a month. This gym was like $130 a month, and all she was talking about is how it's exclusive and that nobody else can go in there. And then she started shitting on homeless people and calling everybody riffraff, and I was like, do you mean black people? And she went, yeah. That's Vermont. Rural Vermont is really crazy people. And the good crazy people are like artistic geniuses that have empathy and compassion and are pretty fun to be around. Then there's the crazy people that, like I grew up with a kid that when he graduated, he traveled through the Himalayan mountains. He was like an adventurer for a few years. He came back, and 6 months later, I think he chopped his dick off and became a woman. And was like really like not, like the makeup wasn't good. He still had short hair, and he was just like a negative monster that was talking about like just really weird shit that felt like power games and stuff. Like a lot of like there's like roving bands of spiritual Vermonters that are like pagans. Like they talk about, like I was on mushrooms, and the people, I felt like they literally ate my soul. Like they literally, not my soul, but my energy. And then they started cackling, and the kid was like, "You want to talk about the onion we just ate?" And he was like, "What?" You want to tell him that we just ate him? And I was on mushrooms. I didn't want to hear that shit. And then I think the birds started screaming at them, and then they left. This tripod's not working. I don't know what happened. It was working like 2 minutes ago. Like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, and there's no cops out here either. Yeah, this just isn't working. I don't know. That works. Nope. It's gonna fall. At the end of the day, I realize that they're sad. The people that devote their life to hate watching and they spend hours and hours a day just staring at somebody's face, talking shit about them. But insist that they're not losers. I realized that I thought they were like, I thought that they had lives and that they were like taking time away from their actual lives and they had like fulfilling lives to, as like a pastime trying to hurt homeless people. But then I realized they have worse lives than the homeless people. They're actually jealous of the homeless people. And that they hate their behavior reflected back at them. They hate themselves, and they see the parts of themselves they hate in their targets. So they are creating this differential to try to, if they can get their self-hatred onto somebody else, and then they can kill that person and push them away, they think that it'll make the feeling stop inside them. Then, as it went on, they realized that if they put on the fake character, the fake ego, whatever, and they play these pride games with a group of people, sort of like this clustered horde of losers, you know, it's starting to give them feelings of like ego gratification and validation and serotonin, feelings of power. So then I would play with it. I'd wait until I knew that they got their serotonin high, and then I would just say hi, and then I'd watch them all like spam retarded shit. Like what they said didn't matter because they were completely, basically high on heroin at that point. So they weren't, of course they weren't making any sense. It was all about that subconscious feeling of like biting somebody, attacking somebody. So they were just relentlessly trying to form attacks hoping that it would affect me because they needed the high from it. And this was my tone the whole time. I was like, I don't care. I see you guys as pathetic. Your opinions don't matter. I'm more like trying to figure out what's going on here because it's so foreign to normal, real world shit. And at the end of the day, I found out they were sad. And I also found out what they do is illegal. I also have a lot of screenshots of people admitting that they were stalking their targets, going to where they live, calling around places they know that they frequent, trying to find the location of their target to continue trying to bully into suicide. And then what happens? The next day, Kenneth Copeland, KC, and Gideon, who blew up because of his work with Kai Cenat, or KC, when they would stream together. Gideon moved from KC Kai Cenat, and now he's with Skeeter Gene, KC. And he blew up on the internet because he was arrested for stalking a squatter. You can't make this shit up, man. It's just as above, so below. It's just the same patterns that's going on in my life happen to be going on in the creative collective sphere that everybody watches. I'm living a simplified version of the story before it hits the big time. Like the Hopi say that on their mesa, the orchestration of their community deals with issues that affect the entire conscious population. I just thought it was really cool that I saw the Truman Show, and the first time people were unnecessarily cruel to him for just being happy was when people cornered him and pushed him into a wall right behind KC, a KC sign. Kaiser's Chicken. Milan's Wheat Gardens Sweet Floors. Christian Grifter turned pedo grifter. Gideon's a fucking clown. And Gideon, it's just another case of people getting too much fame and money too early. They didn't go through enough shit to ever gain a sense of reality. That's why Gideon stays fat as fuck. That's why he throws temper tantrums. And he acts like an entitled, spoiled brat. Because he just got too much money and too much fame too quickly. He didn't have enough time to... He never experienced homelessness. There's a reason that in the Bible, anyone that ever got anything cool out of the Bible was after their homeless wilderness journey. In the Bible, the only time anybody gets any sort of merit in the Bible is once they've left society behind to be homeless. The Bible associates the most virtuistic people, like the most respected people in God's eyes, according to the biggest religion in the world, are exclusively homeless people. And the Bible really only glorifies homeless people. The reason that they made God to be a big man in the sky was because they had to combat Roman psyops, where the Roman emperor is the most powerful thing in the world, and that it's divine, it's the God's decision to make you suffer as a poor person. So whether Bible is literal fact, or if it's created by the Library of Alexandria to combat the Roman Empire through strategic content psyops, they made God an all-powerful father because it had to combat against the idea of the Roman Emperor in the age of Pisces. But it also made sure that everybody was aware that the closest to God you could ever be is homeless. I don't know about all that. Yeah, Christianity is the biggest people in the world, and the majority of white people are below average IQ. Or at least there's something about them that makes me think that there's something wrong with them. I wouldn't say below average IQ maybe, but just there's something wrong with them. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I know that they tend to see indifference as a virtue. They tend to completely contradict their own beliefs. Like they will stay in a delusion, and this is just because I don't know anybody else. Like I'm in the second whitest state in the country, I think, possibly the whitest state in the country. So from what I see from them is that they're all very deluded into like where they don't really think much about anything, except things that have to do with hurting other people or obtaining power. And that's the exact thing they say they hate about gang members. So I don't really see a difference except one is more afraid of the police. In terms of not committing crimes and being afraid of being caught. Whereas the other people are more afraid of police because what they're really afraid of is... What's the right word for it? Prejudice and violence under the blanket of the justice system. So even no matter what, there's really nothing you can do if cops show up and decide to hurt you, or the white people decide to gang up on you, knowing that the cops will take their side. Like I got followed down the road today by a cop, and I full on fight or flight. Like I was in my house, like, is he gonna try something? Because it's not the arrest that gets you. It's the punishment is, even if you're not guilty of anything, the punishment is the court system. Like they don't care if there's no evidence. They just want you to have to go to court every month for the next 5 years. And in Vermont, they love it. They love doing that to people. where they just ignore you. They won't even address your court case. They'll make you go to court, go all the way there, just to say, come back in 3 months for something that you didn't do. But it's just because they work together and they like making things worse. Especially if you're homeless, because they bank on the fact that you might not be at a level of functioning or have the money to do anything. So it's more likely that you might miss court so that they can put out an arrest warrant for you. So you get another police brutality. That's mainly what law enforcement does, is they just target homeless people and traumatize them for fun, the same way that internet trolls try to bite and gnaw at somebody across the screen, like it does anything. I'm not really struggling, though. Yeah, they come in to try to present themselves as better, looking for validation in a serotonin hit. They look for a tiny dose of heroin, and then when it doesn't work, they pretend like they have a better life, and then they go to continue doing the same shit in somebody else's chat. So when I said that, when I mentioned that they tend to hate themselves, the reflection of themselves, and they're so stuck avoiding self-awareness that they work themselves into trying to force other people to deal with their problems, trying to get it away from them and onto somebody else, and they feel like if they can get that away from them on you, they don't have, it's not true about them. So he bullshitted about that he has something better to do, but he started the conversation with he's disingenuous, and then he lies. Wish I'll just block them. They're good for engagement. You know, it keeps the live streams interesting. And I get to tell them about themselves. Stuff they're too afraid to realize about themselves. There he goes. Were you too hung up to read that? You never know. Oh yeah, I didn't have all messages on. That's my bad. And to be fair, Darren, that is my bad. But to be fair, usually there's like 50 people in the chat that says the same type of stuff that you said about Gideon about me. So that's my fault. And if it doesn't apply, it doesn't apply. But I'm sure that there's people that are watching that it applies to. Like William's probably gay. Or just addicted to social media heroin. I don't know, it's so, how come trolls can't accept that I have CPTSD? It's got to be that I'm schizo. It can't be that I'm a badass survivor. Take you. I hadn't seen your name, so all I really saw on my phone screen is don't give him your 3-cent view, he's disingenuous. Anyway, I gotta go as soon as somebody says, maybe he's just struggling, like defends me. So then I see you take the exit. I'm out. So to me, it looked like he came in trying to talk shit. He saw that there was nobody else to help validate that, so then he was like, I'm done. Yeah, take care, man. Jacob from Twilight. I am half Native American. There's a bird out there. Professional bird observer. That's a bird. I didn't do anything I said I was going to do today. I did get the gas can and the mower. Probably when it gets close to like an hour before sundown. I'm going to mow all this. Move the pallets. So that in the morning I can rush and put all the pallets, rush and put everything in the car. Oh, tomorrow's the 4th of July. They're not showing up. 450 big out, yeah. Trauma's full on. People don't understand until they go through it. Yeah. It seems like the less people go through in life, the more they try to hurt other people. I thought that hurt people, but in reality, hurt people really just want to hurt the people that hurt them. Unhurt people hurt people. People that haven't been through shit put the most shit on other people. I don't know, man. I want to talk. I guess Tina's here. Tina, are you in the chat? Tina's an addict, and she was bragging about how healed she was from her addiction. But then she spent weeks bullying a stranger on the internet. And she's probably like, what, 40? Tina's probably 40, right? And the other kids in that troll group are high schoolers. I found a lot of women that were like in their 40s and 50s, maybe 30s, that were in with those high school kids because they don't have a community outside of the phone. They have no life. So they were helping to bully these people that they were watching, hoping that they were like part of the group. And I was trying to tell her, these high schoolers see you as retarded. They don't answer you. And you're in there talking shit, trying to talk to these high schoolers. And then she went off about how schizo I am. And then she mentions casually that she does she's into occult stuff, and that her number is the number 13. And I was like, that's way more schizo than me. I just kind of pay attention to what's happening. I might cut my hair at some point. I don't know if I'd ever make it short again. But right now I think it's halfway down my back. I might cut it to just be at my shoulder blades. Like I might just cut like 1.5 inches off my hair. So that instead of like to the chest, it's like maybe to here. Because it's getting to be too much, man. I got a lot of hair now. Any shorter, it'll end up a broccoli cut. And I'm not trying to get a broccoli cut, man. Dragonus, I think I saw you on Fly Drip stream. I don't know who is Fly Drip. Charles. Am I a lol cow? You sit there and listen to me rant and lull. I'm a constant luller. I'm a lull maker. Isn't a lol cow just a comedian? Because the locals know that they're trying to entertain as well. I feel bad for Matt, man. But to be fair, he has to get off drugs. I mean, the best advice I could give to M stands for money is to put multivitamins and omega-3s and supplements in there, in his cabinet in his new apartment, and have a section specifically for working out, and work out every day. And then I would have a bucket list, and I would be chasing the bucket list. Like, what do you want from life? I don't think he really did much to deserve how people treated him. Like the talking points for the thousands of people that were trying to have him either like bullied into suicide or just flat out killed or whatever. The people that were doing it, I didn't see them as very intelligent. I saw them as jealous because of the number attached to his name. Because he was, at the end of the day, just a guy talking to a camera. whether he would bullshit for money or not. I know people on Church Street in Burlington that are 60. They make about $2,000 a week panhandling. And let's say like a high schooler who runs away from home and gets stuck and doesn't have two forms of ID, so he can't get a job and he doesn't know what to do, and he's already been traumatized. He's been out there just a few days and they already tried to rape him and jumped him. I saw that kid try to panhandle, and then the old man paid a hitman to put the kid in the hospital so that these old people could continue raking in all that money. To me, M stands for money is nowhere close to those old people that pay hitmen to take out children because they're competition, because the kid would gain more sympathy from the tourists walking down Church Street in Burlington. I would rather, if there was to be a community of people going after grifters, I would rather they would take it out on those old people and corrupt police who are doing the same thing. They're wasting your taxpayer money, beating and molesting people. Like, M stands for money is nowhere close to Ron Audette. I would rather these haters and these hate watcher groups would actually go up against corrupt police, corrupt officials. But they won't, because they're losers. I don't know why they spend 12 hours a day if it's not like they think that financially they'll get something from it, which makes them no different. Talk about taking advantage. Did you hear the crows? I can make them stop cawing. And then I look away and they start up again. And all I have to do is just shoot the energy outward, and then when I retract it, they come to reassert the territory again. If I get too much energy, they'll come to eat it, where they caw and they pull it all the way until I don't have it, and then they leave. And I feel empty and I can't think. But if I slowly get the focus back, eventually I get to a point where it triggers them again. And I know it sounds crazy, but take my word for it if you haven't lived this life. It's like a Vietnam veteran coming back from Vietnam and saying that they were hiding in tunnels and that they would set traps. And then everyone else is like, you fucking schizo crazy person. Vietnamese people live in cities. Vietnamese people go to work. They're not digging tunnels. I was like, he was there. You weren't there. I don't think my local law enforcement knows that I'm allowed to be here, because they don't know who the owner is, because the owner lives out of state. So they've been kind of picking up, sitting outside the property. Like, they've done it pretty much every day now. And then when I leave, they follow me all the way to the main road and then see which way I go at the intersection. So I think that they think that I'm squatting, and I'm not. They actually, the people that mow the lawn for their Christian events, like if they want to have Christian events here, so in return they come mow the place. They don't do nearly as much as they should for how they act. They do basically nothing. But they act like they own the place. Like they've even told me I've done more for the property than any of them have, except for mowing and cutting trees down, which only 2 people of that whole group does that. Everyone else doesn't really do much. I was told that it's mainly just Mo and Ray. Other than Mo and Ray, everyone else had a really big ego about me being here. And they told me those guys don't do shit either. They think you don't do shit. You've done more shit than they've done ever. But it was either Mo or Ray told me that the owners like said that this is just my space now. Like he let everybody know that indefinitely this is my space. Should snow destroy the camper and they have to get rid of it, he said that they probably won't put another one up, but until that happens, I'm allowed to change the locks and have my own key, and I don't have to give them a key or anything. I can just have the camper and live here. Yeah, I think I mentioned you yesterday too that your son was November 6th. That's all right. Well, the first thing is that your son had some type of traumatic experience that you're gonna have to decide how much of the responsibility was you and how much wasn't. Like people that are Scorpios that have 6 energy are just extremely traumatized. It sucks. If it hasn't happened yet, it might happen, and just know that it sucks, but it's to give them this foundational perspective of pain that later they use as power to create. It's a hard life. The 6 is like the precious gem, the home. It's the natural harmony. It naturally is supposed to be in the future as he grows up, dispelling distorted frequencies and pride games and ego crap and addiction and demons and whatever you'd like to call it. The stuff that affects clarity and peace. 6s naturally embody a frequency or resonance that, so like six energy is like when you play binaural beats in your house for the frequency bath or whatever. They're like a conscious frequency bath. So part of what happens to 6s is that they get molested, they get beaten, they get jumped, they get tortured, they get kidnapped, they get horrible shit happens to them that takes it from them, and then they lose it, their innocence, and they don't know what to do. And then eventually, hopefully, if they learn that Scorpio is about the transformation from the Scorpion into the Phoenix, eventually they realize that because of the value and gratitude they gained from those horrible experiences, and the feeling of it not knowing who they are anymore because it was taken or destroyed or whatever, convinced it was gone and really it isn't, that gives them the opportunity to create. So they spend a long time forcing creativity, forcing art, or trying to do overachieving, trying to get what was taken from them back. And then eventually, once they've earned it in their own mind, once they're allowed to be okay, and they've eventually learned to let it not affect them and learn boundaries, they realize they have the most powerful energy of the zodiac because they have this deep, vivid pain and this great understanding of, it's just gratitude and values. They have good values and perspective. And they're supposed to, the power comes from creating from that painful space where they become alchemizers. And the 6, it alchemizes into that peace. And then they realize that they're always going to be caring and they always want to care for other people. They see you in ways you can't see yourself because they have a natural inner peace. And most people are like, they've like put their own dents in their head. They've like forced themselves into being out of touch with clarity and peace. So sixes see that and they want to help them. They see you better than you see yourself, and they want to care. And my advice is that it's better to lead by example than throwing yourself at people. But if they're young, I think they're like 17 now. I'm going to be turning 17 this year. I'm 18 this year. He's going to graduate. He's probably already had it. It's better to lead by example, and it's better to give them a foundation of peace to remember. So I would say the measure of whether you were a good parent or not would be, did you give them a formative memory that allowed them to be their best version as a child and feel safe, that they'll be able to draw on and remember to reset them when the life hits them and shit hits them. If they had enough, like when I go back in my mind, I remember when I was, the good memories when I was like hanging out with friends and building Legos by myself. And I remember when I used to hide in a refrigerator box in the corner, when I felt safe there. Those kind of few memories that I have is what I go back to remember who I really am, my inner child. Like the sixes are going to be constantly either coveted, where people, I mean, they do have a dense, okay, here's something. They do have a natural sense of that deep, vivid emotional wealth. People that are dumb will conflate for power, and they'll want to destroy that, because naturally, if they can get to a point of self-confidence, which will be very hard, and they usually see it as merit-based, like they have to achieve something to be allowed to feel okay, people will constantly be trying to, if they can't take advantage of it and control them, like it's a magnet for narcissists, where narcissists will see that inner peace and the perspective from pain, which caused them to care a lot about other people, unless they've completely cut themselves off and they've become like pissy, pessimistic, jealous, controlling, angsty. But that's just because they're afraid to get back to who they really are with the peace. And that comes from just being left out, like I had to do. Just being left out in the woods like this, where they have their own space, and eventually that stuff can kind of, you're feeding too much peace. There's not enough room for the pain to grow anymore. Let's do his life path. So the six is just harmony, the harmonizer that cares for people. They wind up working at like community action programs or community rec rooms, like stuff that deals with a lot of people. And then they end up being a healer for the people around them, whether by advice or by just being their presence there heals. So I think that to tie in about what I wanted to tell you before is that something about your life as an Aries 4 is that you being there was for the confidence and the understanding that he's going to draw on, so that when he gets lost in life, he doesn't know what to do, he can remember how you were, which dispels all that bad stuff. So he will have the remembrance of how to dispel the bad stuff subconsciously, which will allow this inner core to not be affected. I'm pretty sure 2011 was the year of the cat, so 2010 was the year of the tiger, so 2009 is the year of the ox, which means he's a very hard worker. That's why it's going to be merit-based. I don't even know politics, man. I know Johnny Cash was a liberal. I don't really know anything else about liberals. But okay. It seems like he has a pretty strong foundation to be self-sufficient, but he's going to be caring a lot about other people, more than they care about him. And he had something terrible happen to him at some point, and it's just normal. Whether they get bullied or they had abuse as a child, something happens that Scorpios are forced, like I'll tell you. Like, my roommate was a Scorpio, Caleb, and his last name was Irish for God of Fire, the descendant of fire. And as a kid, his dad, for fun, his dad would just tackle him to the ground and then lay on top of him. And it was funny for his dad to just like lay on the kid, and the kid can't move, and he's like stop, and he's crying, and the dad's like, literally would just football tackle the kid and then just lay his fat body pressing the kid against the ground. And that was like really funny for his dad. Another Scorpio I know, her entire family would beat the shit out of her. And then she got really fat to cope. So that she wanted to be bigger, and she couldn't get stronger, so she got bigger. She got fucking fat. So that when they would try, she could finally get them. And then she got bullied for being fat. Isolated Vermont lives are fucked up. People are fucked up out here. Another Scorpio I know, he was always tall, he was really beefy, everyone thought he was really, really attractive, but something with his abusive dad made him like completely delusional and not able to understand social cues or anything, and he grew to be arrogant to cope. So he never got to understand his actual value because people beat, and I think he was also a 6. He was beaten into feeling terrible about himself and had no real anyone to talk to. So he had no idea what normal was or how to be normal, because it wasn't like an autistic kid that plays video games. You know, like he had like a what you consider like a traditional masculine life, like, you know, shooting guns and right, like working on a Harley as a kid and shit. But it was just like jealous father. His father's old. He knew his son was going to grow to be like have a better life, more attractive than him. His dad would cut him down his whole childhood, made him completely like out of whack. Bullying is character building. Sometimes it depends on when it's happening and how much of it is happening. Like like when I've been bullied like a few times. Not really. Like there was a kid that would message me every 6 months and say, "You homeless schizo, I can't wait to see you die under a bridge." And like the words themselves didn't hurt, the intention didn't hurt. What hurt was that I had all this other shit, just negative shit, police brutalities, communal prejudice, fighting to make my music, and I just can't get an opportunity anywhere. And then I finally do, and then the guy tries to hook up with me. And he's got his dick out with an assault rifle, and it's negative degrees outside. And I'm just like, "Can I take a shower?" I go take a shower, and then I just run out of the room. So, and then I'm like, how much I've overcome in my life, how proud I am of what I've survived. And then just like the only thing I get is just some loser. And I know there's something wrong, because that's how he talks, saying homeless schizo, blah, 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 and he's talking all this shit, blowing my phone up, trying to bully me online like the hate watchers. I know there's something wrong with him. Eventually he finds out, yeah, he's addicted to pills. He like locked his girlfriend, his ex-girlfriend locked herself in the car to get away from him, and he smashed the shit out of it with a hatchet, trying to get in and kill her. He got like an unregistered firearm, and he would threaten everybody with it until somebody finally ran him over. And then on my birthday, in 2023, he said an angel came into his room and tried to kill him. So he freaked out and held his pregnant wife at gunpoint in a standoff with the police. He was trying so hard to slander me on the internet, make everybody turn against me and see me as a schizo loser. And now it made national news that he hallucinated and saw his pregnant held his pregnant wife at gunpoint in a standoff. What hurt the only thing that really hurt about it was that it's just there while I'm dealing with all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? The thing? Maybe you are? I am what? A homeless schizo? I've gone in like 10 times to test for schizophrenia, and they say that they would give me savant syndrome if they could. And I just live a unique life, and I have a unique perspective that lines up with the people who also lived this life, like Native Americans. Where's the paranoia, Fluttershy? Where's the paranoia? People would come try to kill me and rape me in the woods. They slashed my tires, they broke all my windows, they tried to push me in the car, and a guy was outside jerking off. They ripped open the tent, maced me, dragged me through broken glass, tried to break my wrist. My mom literally lied to the police to hurt me. And then they left me in a jail cell with no running water and didn't wash the mace out of my eyes for days. I would be walking down the street in 2024, 2 years after I left home, and people were chucking things at my head, slamming me with the side mirror, and I get a concussion. My first time I'm about to go finally start work as a carpenter, and I was charging my phone at McDonald's to listen to music as I rode 10 miles to go start my first day as a carpenter's helper, and they twisted the brakes off my bike. Yeah, I have PTSD. That's the point. Like, when I first got here, it took me 2 months to not think that every noise was somebody trying to hurt me. And I'd have to, like, hide, not really cower, but more like a defensive position holding on to a knife and just waiting to see if that loud noise was somebody slamming the car door, mad at some shit they made up in their head, and coming to take it out on me where there's no cameras, like they'd done several times. But it's not schizophrenia. The point was that Chris's son is going to be a very hard worker that cares a lot about people, but he's going to go through some shit in life, and that shit that he's going to go through in life is mainly to teach him how to create, and that he is in control of his own life and what he chooses to feel and see. And he's going to have to learn how to create his own peace, because it will constantly be challenged, because in a world that distorts themselves, he emanates a natural harmony, just based off of numerology and astrology and Bazi, which up until 100 years ago was accepted as the way that things are. And then science said that no, that's all wrong, and now they're back to saying it's right, because quantum physics has proved a creator that has themes and a design for this this universe that we live inside. They're realizing quantum entanglement, electromagnetic communication. They're realizing influence by the ecosystem and how that extends not only to the area that you're around in, and the natural frequencies emitted from the trees that you're around, and the ground and the water, and how that shapes your subconscious mind. Just like there's a... Look who came to join us. I don't think this is really a sign, but it's really cool that there's a bird here now. Just chilling. I don't think you saw it, but it flew around and then landed in the tree there. I just thought that was really cool. As far as, I mean, whether or not you believe it, if you think it's schizo, you got to accept that, like, Kane Pixels that made the Backrooms, that's all about Saturn. The Backrooms is completely Saturnian. It's all about Saturn. You got to accept that, like, Adele and MGK and all these people wear the Saturn stuff. You got to accept that the hexagonal storm on top that looks like a 3D optical illusion of a cube on top of Saturn is what the Jews based the Star of David off of, and that's why Mecca is a big black box that when you look at it from the corner, it's a hexagon. When you fold the Christian cross up into a box, that's why it's shaped like that. And that's why Black Rock and Vanguard, like the ring atop Saturn, the rings surrounding the storm of Saturn, or the all-seeing eye. Whether you think it's schizo or not, the richest people in the world are saying that they are rich because they worship Saturn, or Baal, or Capricorn. Which is why they called LeBron the GOAT, and Eminem does this. Because there must be some evidence that it's real, or they wouldn't be doing it. So I've figured out that your name, which usually, like, none of you know about astrology and numerology and Bazi, but you find that your name reflects your stuff. People are trying to say that the old god was named Elion, that it's the white people's creator, because black people don't have character creation. They're more of like a unity consciousness, and that white people seem to be created characters. And I mean, sure. Maybe it is aliens. Maybe it's not God as much as it is a higher level of manipulating the universe, and we're just at the whim of it. But regardless, there's a clear pattern in creation. And as far as like the birds and the trees and nature go, ask anybody that lives outside long enough, and they'll tell you that there's more electromagnetic communication than people realize, and that there are initiations from the forest when you connect to the mycelial network. Then eventually you realize that we were always a part of the forest. Our bodies literally look like plants and trees and mushrooms. We've always been a part of it. There's still more. I haven't done your son's life path. But I just wanted to make it clear that Scorpios go through the most shit out of everybody. People with 8th house placements or Scorpio placements go through the worst shit. One's a Scorpio moon, and she was too mischievous, so she was sent to a boarding school, or like a Dr. Phil ranch. And what she told me is that they would just take advantage of the girls whenever they felt like it. And she said, I think when I was fairly young, that she had to escape and crawl out, and then crawl to a fence and hold her hand up, because I don't think she could walk. And then the people at the boys' ranch down the road saw her with her hand up, like, please, broke out, saved her, went to New York City, and she won't tell me what it was so much worse than that being gang raped in a ranch. All these young girls were getting gang raped. It was whatever happened to her in New York was so much worse that she won't even tell me. Scorpios just go through ridiculous amounts of pain and suffering, but it's where their power comes from. That's where their ability to create comes from. Scorpio is the phoenix and the scorpion. It's the middle ground, the fire water. You need Scorpio's sons, specifically just Scorpio in general, has to go through pain and suffering. So I just wanted to tell you that that's a thing that I've seen to prepare you, that when shit happens, that the best thing you can do is just keep allowing for peace and comfortable memories, and understand that Scorpios are badasses. And six energy is healing, which some people get jealous of and attracts narcissistic attachment and codependent relationships to try to take advantage of something that your son might not be aware of. You could also say that 2009 adds up to 11. November's the 11th month, and 6, so there's 11, 6, 11. 1133 symbolism there. I don't know your son's name, but I wouldn't be surprised if it had something to do with the same names that I talk about. So let's do it. 2 and 9 is 11. 11 and 6 is 17. 19. So he's a 2. This is the third 11-6-2 that I've had in the past month. This is the pink fur was also an 11-6-2, but it was a 2-day 6 life path. Your son is a 2 life path 6 day. It means that his emotional experience is a lot bigger. It means that things are brighter for him. When he experiences the world and information and music and art and everything, it's like when you were a kid and you looked at the lights on the street lights, and they almost looked like crosses, like the light was brighter than it does when you get older. That's how it is for them inside, just brighter. It adds more complex information, and that he's very smart. He naturally understands things at a greater level because he sees more information in his thoughts than most people. I would assume that he's driven towards music or some type of art form because that helps. It's like a very self improvement way of channeling that peace back. Yeah, his world is chaotic. Jordan. That's cool. He's named after a river, an African river. Yeah, it starts with a J. J's the 10th letter. Just adds a little bit of stuff you might call pride, but it's just a frequency. Uh, Jordan brings that deep emotional forward. So I'm assuming he 2009 is probably the water ox. I don't think it's a metal ox. It's probably a water ox if he's Jordan. You'll find that if you were to look at his chart on like AstroSeek, you'd find that it's probably fire and water elements mainly, with like an earth rising most likely, and like probably Cancer and Sag, probably Capricorn as well in there. Uh, I think his favorite color is blue and green, or like maybe it's not even his choice. Like he's just randomly given blue and green stuff, but he says his favorite color is red, like his favorite color is red, but it's actually he's surrounded by blue and green to reinforce that deep connection and that emotional wealth. I think that he needs a creative outlet. I think he's a good kid. I think that I think you live in the suburbs, or at least he has a comfortable room space, or maybe he's getting a comfortable room space. Like I see him at the computer, and I see that he's still maybe he hasn't fully grown up yet, or he's like yearning to still be a kid because he watches YouTube on his computer. But I just see it as like I've never really had a suburban life. So when I see a room, I never really had a room in my life. I had like a room full of Legos, but I would sleep in a refrigerator box in the corner of another room. So when I just see that he has more of a put together life than I had, which is good for him. And I don't think he's ready to be an adult. I don't think he's ready for it. Is he trying to move out, or is he trying to stay for like another year at the house? I'm just gonna get a hair tie. I'll be right back. Drop my fucking phone again. If he doesn't already work out, I would get a if he's planning on staying at your house still or staying with the family, or if he's moving in or something. I think a good thing would be to get a home gym and encourage him to bodybuild, or like just get into it, because that will make his life a lot easier, because he naturally sees a lot more. No, he's home working part-time job, definitely a good hardworking son. He's an ox. Oxes love getting up and working hard. So I think a gym would make it a lot easier for him to house this very powerful energy here. And I think that he might struggle with pride or ego a little bit. as a defense mechanism, but there's like this kernel of like youthful innocence or something positive, selfless, that healing here, that eventually as he gets older, this sort of chip on his shoulder, where that'll eventually dissipate and he'll just be the kind, caring person that he's always been, that cares about everybody. I think he's just too young. I'm not really seeing a life purpose for him. I'm like getting a little bit of truck driving, like FedEx or UPS or something. Uh, Maybe landscaping. It's something that involves like physical labor and moving. Like it's momentum based. If you were to look at his overall, I just think that he's going to be very smart. I don't think he applies himself as much as he could, but he definitely knows a lot because he sees a lot more than most people when it comes to, like, if you were to hear a song, he would naturally hear all the different harmonies and the instruments together and the rhythm of it, where most people just see it kind of as face value. He has a deeper understanding of information as it comes in, and it's supposed to just be channeled into a piece, and he might feel I mean, with the ox there, he would be working towards something always. He's naturally ambitious and hardworking there. So I don't see him as someone that has a passion to create things, because he doesn't need it, because he naturally goes towards growth over consistency and working towards things. If he drinking would be really bad for him at the end of the day. Yeah, the best advice would be to get him either a gym membership or get him to the gym, because it's just about he needs more potential in life, because he doesn't really he has the skills to do things, and he's a hard worker, but he doesn't, that it's just a couple years of potential, but like he's not supposed to do anything right now. He's supposed to be just saving money, giving himself more potential to do things, going on trips, enjoying life, because you're only young once. Does he struggle with Come on, bitch. Does he struggle with emotional outbursts? Do things get really overwhelming for him, and it like piles on, and he doesn't know how to handle it, or does he just channel all that right back into working? Because ox are determined, and they've usually just put it all into work. They usually end up being truck drivers, because it's something they can just get up and do and get up and do and get up and do. Yeah. He might feel an overwhelming responsibility for the whole family. I think he might feel like he's carrying you all on his back, and that's weighing him down. But I think you live in a place where, like, your life is kind of set up in a way that people do see you like you have it handled. Like people don't worry that you're gonna lose control and your life will go to shit if they're not there for you. I think people mainly think that you got it, like you got it. Your life is kind of situated in a way that. Come on, man. I'm broke, man. Spent all my money on tools. I could build. I guess now I can build my own tripod. Pink and green, yellow, deep blue, like dark, almost black, blue, a little bit of brown. Getting too much into the red destroys it all. But he might like that because it makes him feel powerful. If he hasn't had enough pain and he's become like a spoiled brat in a couple ways, the universe will kind of kick him in the ass. I don't think he's going to struggle with poverty unless he falls into addiction. You don't have to tell us what happened, but could you let me know at least? Did he go through something as a kid that made him feel powerless, and that he wasn't allowed to be okay? He wasn't allowed to be himself because he was on eggshells, and he had to slowly like learn how to overpower that, which gave him strength and character, integrity, responsibility. What up, man? I'm doing a life path reading on somebody's son. Who, shocker, it's a Scorpio 6 too. This is like the fifth. I don't know how many. It's been Pink Fur. There was another person like a month ago. We get a lot of Scorpio 6s and 2s. Just like we get a lot of Aries and Leo 4s. And a lot of Virgo 9s and 10s. Rarely get Sag, but when we did, it was it was what I thought that my little brother was, but it turns out my little brother was born a day earlier, so I already had that in the back of my head because I thought that that's what he was. Do I still have my Venmo? Yeah. The lady last night said that she's gonna be a mayor and she works in politics, and then she also has a side thing or like a double life as cultural arts. I wanted to tell her like if you're in politics, man, help me with a grant. Let me come down there and build you a bunch of wagons for homeless people. It's the most dramatic thing for him to be when his mother and I split up, but otherwise I can't think of anything else. That's not terrible. It's not like extremely terrible. How can you remember it can't be this week or next? No worries, bro. Ronin? I don't know what that means. Oh, the hair, like Japanese. Love your content, man. Keep it leaving it work. Thanks, man. Wait, Radchad, did you see the cross I built? I'm working this patio here. Eventually, I'm going to take all this shit out, move this deck that I built back over to here, and I'm going to build a frame around it with mosquito net framing, and walls. Either tonight or tomorrow, I'm gonna mow all this, move all the pallets back to that tree, set up a little bit of the frame, but a smaller version instead of this big one I draped over the whole camper and screwed in. It was a pain in the ass to fucking set this shit up. That's about 10 feet, maybe 12 feet. And it kept falling over. But tomorrow I'm gonna, because tomorrow's the 4th, so nobody will be here anyway. I'm gonna mow all that, move all the pallets over, stack everything up, bring all the cinder blocks over, lay the pavers down here, so that, and then I'm gonna put the table and everything on the pavers here. Then I'm gonna move this deck out over, further over here, put the pull-up and dip bar and the bench press. Then I'm gonna move everything that's like garbage I don't know what to do with just in a pile right there. Throw all my laundry into the car, go do my laundry, and get the hoe that I left in central Vermont. Because a hoe, like, I don't know. I have to see how expensive it would be. I have to do the math to see if it would be worth it to drive all the way down there, do my laundry down there and get the hoe and drive back, which would be probably $60 total. Or if it would be cheaper to buy a hoe here, which I think is like 40, and then do laundry here. But the laundry here is pretty expensive. But I think they just raised the prices in the old laundromat anyway. So I don't know. But I need the hoe because I just got to level. I want to level the ground so I can put the pavers on flat ground so that I can build the table that I have and build the table here. And I want to move this deck back, but they said at some point they're coming to lift this off the ground. And this, oh, I already fixed that. I went and got like these plastic wheels with the metal, and I'm gonna put it on the top here, the top of the deck, so that I can flip the deck over when I want to move it. I can flip the deck over and then carry it out, rather than try to inch it or try to. Maybe I'll screw the. I guess I could screw the wheels on, and then I can try to lift it onto cinder blocks so that it stays level and even. That's probably what I'll do. But I have wheels to move it now, so. Turns out a 6x10 deck is pretty fucking heavy, man. I don't know, it's a group of 500 people now that they just get together and talk shit about people. And they're like really aggressively needing to prove how much better they are. And they live in psychosis. And they tend to hate their own reflection. They can't recognize they do the same behavior that they're upset at other people about. I fucking hate this tripod. I don't even know how it broke. Bird right to left and the crow went off. They're losers. I don't know what else to say. Just very weird people. I have to assume they're high schoolers or they're drug addicts. Or drunks. There's something inhibiting their mind. And there's just so much negativity to not believe that they don't hate themselves. Or to believe that they don't hate themselves. They're crackheads. You become the thing you hate the most. They're no different than the people that they started hating on. Yeah, I'm getting tired. I'm down to do another life path reading if you post your birthdays. Or if Chris has any more questions. So I guess a Scorpio that didn't go through the pain and suffering might not have access to that deep power, but he's supposed to. It might be contorted into a false sense of pride from comfort. I'm guessing that. Maybe you raised him right. I don't know. Suburbia. I just saw him sitting at a computer. It's going to be a lot different when he leaves home, though. That might be when it happens, because maybe maybe that's why I saw you as something that didn't allow the bad to enter. And then when he leaves, the bad will be there, but you'll have taught him how to not let the bad enter. Yeah. In that case, I would just make sure he's got enough potential to live a fulfilling like young adulthood. Then just ensure that he's got the skills. Like the biggest fear there would be that when he's 30, he looks back and is like, "Damn, I wish I spent my 20s better. I wish I went on a cruise. I wish I went and worked at a commune in Hawaii and took a cruise across Europe with a bunch of people that 18 to 24 like his age." That would be my advice, is allow him to see adventure. But I think you did a good job, Chris. I just know there's a pattern with Scorpios that I've never, this would be the first one that I met that didn't get brutally humbled into nothing and forced to revive like the phoenix. But to be fair, it didn't happen to Drake until 2024 when he was like 38. Drake didn't get destroyed. He was allowed to be, whatever people said about him for the first half of his life, and then his career was killed. And his name is Drake, which means dragon. And he was in the year of the dragon, exposed to be a pedophile by a guy whose name means the fiery king, like Revelations. So, Drake was probably much more not having a bad life. He was like pampered in luxury and then became a very sick person because he was able to get away with hoarding that sexual power that Scorpios have. It didn't have the humility, so he went out of control with it. So that might happen. You might get too arrogant. But at the end of the day, is he tall? Is your son tall and like a big dude? Like he's at least, is he like at least 6 feet? So if we're getting into the territory that the person's character is made to be as a blessing, where he had a good family and a good life and learned good skills, and um, then I'm assuming he's also considered relatively attractive. He naturally puts on more muscle, like an ectomorph or a mesomorph, and he's probably tall. That would give me more evidence of a blessing. Tall, tall. Uh, that if we're getting to like an inverse Scorpio reading, it would be somebody that is gifted with power and wasn't challenged. Even if it's good that he seems to be humble and working towards things. He does seem to still have that youthful sensitivity. Maybe the 2 and the 6 have made him a good enough person that he didn't need to be humbled in the first place. Like maybe the power does not go to his head. So there was no need to humble him to see the value. Maybe he already learned the value. Maybe you had already taught him the value. Because the main thing with making Scorpios and 8th housers feel powerless is that they're naturally gifted with emotional, vivid depth of emotions, and that is really valuable. So the power can go to people's heads. Maybe the hard working of the ox and the upbringing made it so he already had the instilled values necessary, so it didn't require him to get kidnapped and raped and dumped like other Scorpios that eventually go on to be managers of banks or leaders with a lot of money and taking care of the community. Every Scorpio I've ever met has just gone through terrible shit. And the only Scorpio I've met that hasn't gone through terrible shit was Drake. And then you saw what happened to Drake with Kendrick. Tauruses don't really go through much shit. Geminis, Geminis that have Leo placements go through a lot of shit because they tend to be way too attractive and way too focused on interpersonal relationships. Scorpios just, in my experience, go through the worst amount of shit. Scorpio placements. The Scorpio sun itself, because your sun sign is your job in life. Like as a Sagittarius, I travel and teach and adventure. But it's into the Ophiuchus, which deals with having no elemental energy, just raw ether, and deals with bringing everyone to a better tomorrow. Like how when Harry Potter dies, he goes to the KC station to meet Brian Dumbledore, who's a Sagittarius. Albus Percival in Goblet of Fire, when Dumbledore goes, "I'm Albus Percival, Reginald, blah blah blah," and then he stops and goes, "Brian, Dumbledore." Casey's, like the tree, brings people to a higher sense and then protects people from the heat. They the light sears into them so that everyone can huddle together in peace underneath. The only reason Casey Rocket fell off was because he had already proved himself, and then he kept going as if he either needed to upward trajectory still and set his ambitions higher, which is why he fell off. He didn't set his ambitions higher, or he would have had to have completely changed into the chill version like Queso and Kai Cenat. Casey's have to transition into a different creative space once they've gotten the glory. Kai Cenat became the biggest streamer on Twitch, and then he moved into making short films, took a break, and then completely changed. Queso became the biggest gamer on the internet, and then he chilled out, and now he just does what he loves, and he doesn't perform. He just does what's fun for him. Casey Rocket stayed in the performance thing like a dancing monkey, and that's why it's no longer funny. Because there's not that hidden level of ambition attached that makes him accidentally hit this higher frequency of jokes and higher art form. He'd already done it. Instead of chilling out, he's still acting like he was, but he'd already done it, so that he no longer feels the need to hit that mark. He needs to put his ambition towards a bigger thing here, and then once he's working towards that, that ambition is what would bring Casey Rocket back to funny. But like the biggest vlogger, the guy who invented vlogging is Casey Neistat. Why does this happen? I fucking hate this shit. All right. He just seems like a normal suburban kid. But he does have this power and wisdom, and he does experience things at a greater level, greater complexity to information. His life is just experiencing things and holding this body of knowledge and then creating a harmony with it as he works hard towards something. And I would say that to give that a break and get more enjoyment out of life, do some adventurous opportunities to see more of the world. Instead of doing what he probably wants to do, which is just spend his 20s working. Your son seems so normal that there's not much to draw from. When I look at him sitting at the computer, or just at his desk or something, he's lacking the delusional creative ambition that puts him to this higher state of consciousness that I can usually see. He seems like he's just a chill guy. He's just a normal guy. You know what I'm saying? Nicolas. This chair's gonna break. Yeah, I just keep wanting to get the energy of your son to do something more ambitious. To like put himself out of his comfort zone and do something crazy. Like going on a trip. Like those adventure cruises. Something that builds character. Some like big adventure. I think maybe he might be too normal. Which is a good thing. Because it means that you probably did a good job as a parent. But I did see him as tall. And I kept wanting to make him get into working out to get bigger. Because I think that would help him with something. With like organizing the information around him. Which is a lot more complex and like could be overwhelming. But it seems like he's got a good growth over consistency, stable routine. He might spend too much time on the internet. I just seeing him at a computer. Does he just sit all day on his computer? And the spirit's trying to get him to go outside and have fun with girls or whatever, friends on bikes. Does he have a red car? Like a small red car? Does he work at a pizza place? Or maybe I'm seeing Westy. Or maybe you live in like a suburb outside of somewhere in the Midwest. Small white hatchback. Did I see a... No, I didn't see a small white hatchback. You guys like science? I think science is still a response to the intentions of a creator. The universe is an organized chaos, and that organization is the pattern is so clear and so simple. Like, yeah, all life probably came from single-celled organisms that organized in connection to the sunlight. All life is based off of the energy of the sun. I don't think there's anything on Earth that doesn't get power from the sun. Even at the depths of the ocean, they're collecting energy that is created by the sun. It is the proven way of us trying to make sense of the universe. We only discovered a little bit of it, but progress is being made. I think science is just catching up to spirituality. I think we were in the age of Pisces, which dealt with metaphysics and belief systems. So what we created with mythology and artwork and religion um, was our way of what now we're doing as we move towards Aquarius, which is more information based and grounded in truth. But we'll find at the end of the day the truth about reality will be pretty much the common denominator between all the different dream works that we've made. And I think we'll begin to realize that everything is conscious and influencing each other. And we're all connected. Prove it and post in the science journal to give you a Nobel Prize for that. I mean, it's proven with the 10110 Higgs boson, collective orchestration of the Higgs field, that there's a clear identifiable pattern to creation. I'm remembering I saw a YouTube short of a bunch of quantum physicists on stage with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and they explained to Neil deGrasse Tyson that there's more evidence pointing to a creator and that this is a simulation than to anything else. And then he collapsed on the ground and was like, "Oh my fucking god, really?" Because he had just spent like 10 years trying to say that that's not the case and it's just cosmic coincidence. And then people that he looked up to and respected as like above his level, flat out just like he was 5, explained to him, "You're wrong, and that you trust us, right? We're telling you that what we do for every day of our lives is basically like async going into the back rooms, trying to figure out what the back rooms are, and they found that it's conscious, that the universe is conscious." Remember the name of the video, the people from the video? It was Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he's got his typical Apollo sun worship stuff that he wears, and he's just on stage, and they tell him, "Yeah, there's a creator." But I mean, just look in the Higgs boson. They call it the God particle for a reason. Like before science, they told us that we were trapped in 666. And now we found out that time on Earth goes by 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, and 6-hour intervals. And that we are carbon-based life, which is 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons. So, I mean, the government has already said that aliens are real. Of all people, Marco Rubio is like a big pioneer in trying to force the disclosure of higher intelligence. Disclosure J just came out. It takes place at the KC station. So, if you're not ready for there to be God, you could at least say, like, maybe the Book of Enoch wasn't full of shit, and that there are higher dimensional intelligence that communicate with us, that have been for a very long time, and that they just have been waiting to sort of collectively monitor the growth of us until we're at a point where they feel we're able to comprehend and accept and communicate with those things. So maybe if you're not ready for like the Higgs boson, the God particle, and there being a creator of some kind, influencing the creation of everything, maybe not a man in the sky, but some type of conscious intent, like maybe we're in a massive, massive version of AI, and when God said, "Let there be light," he was plugging it into a generator that he had created, and we're just life that has trickled down from that generation. Because part of the parameters allowed for autonomous decision making, but still controlled in the generation itself. Like you generate, like right now we can generate videos that are completely lifelike, no different than of an actual video of somebody. If you get to a point where you're generating an entire town like the Truman Show, and every character has parameters set, but then you allow for autonomous decision making, but you can plug and play influence, they're still created. They would be trying to figure out what's happening, and they would be uncovering what they call science, which would be understanding the inner workings of the generation mechanism. And but at the end of the day, you'd find, I think look up the quote, I think it was by Einstein or something, that the first sip of natural sciences lies atheism, but at the bottom of the glass lies God. Science is in order to believe in science, you have to accept one miracle, because we don't know how the Big Bang happened. Like ants discovering their own terrarium. Yeah. And it's like a secondary terrarium outside of the first terrarium with a different species of ant that are already evolved out of the original terrarium, and looking back in and trying to figure out what to do about the ants in the inner terrarium. And I'm sure that as you get to there's another terrarium after that with bigger, different types of evolved life. And then after that, and then the prime creator that's watching the whole thing, and is everything. But the point is that I mean, the Book of Enoch says the aliens came down and fucked us, and then made hybrid babies with us. And then the hybrid babies were too powerful, and they got abusive, and sort of saw us as slaves, right? So then something at a greater level of the terrarium saw what was happening, and came in and said, fuck that. And we don't know, for like, we associate that with God, but maybe it's just a sixth dimensional being angry at fourth dimensional beings for abusing third dimensional beings. And I'm pretty sure that's what happened in Rick and Morty, right? With the time, how evil Morty was finally taken out because he got sent to prison by the Time Lords. And Loki became the Tree of Life, the Acacia, with Casey, whose real name is Frank, and OB or Ouroboros with the 33. OB, Frank, Casey, and Loki with the Kang the Conqueror or Casey variant. Outside of space and time with the Time Lords. Eventually, the best Casey in the universe was defeated. So then an infinite number of Caseys we're all now going to be at war with each other and organizing into entire societies of Casey's out in the multiverse. So then Loki, which is the Viking god of nature, it's like the archetypal embodiment of nature. Loki just means nature, like Cernunnos or Gaia or whatever. So nature sacrifices itself because they couldn't figure out how to. They couldn't do what Casey was doing. So Loki had to sacrifice himself, like the 33, like Jesus died on the cross. He had to sacrifice himself, the 33, and he became the tree of life, or Yggdrasil, or the acacia tree, the tree of life, which is what Casey means. So maybe like, I don't know, it's a lot more complex than that, I think. I'm at a point where I can understand that our consciousness is in a dance with reality around us. I know that creation is divine. I don't know if it's like Detroit Become Human or Choose Your Own Adventure games, where if I'm here with a girl and I feel like I have like three options. We could hook up and go on a date and start a relationship. I could just tell her to fuck off and go away, or I could do nothing and see what happens. I'm not completely sure if when I go to sleep after I made that decision, if when I wake up with the let's say she comes in and we sleep together and now we wake up the next day, I'm not totally convinced that I didn't choose my own adventure and I was moved into a storyline where the girl also made certain decisions, and that there's literally another branch of our journey that we don't have access to until we escape time at the end of our life and leave the third dimension. And then we can look in and see all the different 3D versions of us that made different decisions. I'm pretty convinced at this point that the decisions you make result in the people that you're around becoming different versions of those people. Like when you meet somebody and you have a conversation and then you go off and you come back, I'm not totally convinced that that's the same person. And we could be in this chaotic tapestry weaving of an oversoul with lots of lower souls, and that when they leave and they come back, it's actually we'd have no idea really. That's what the Mandela effect is trying to theorizing, is that because we're in the age of Pisces and we're all moving, swimming through our different stories in our individual belief systems, if we're accidentally like moving into different realities all the time, because we know. Another thing in that Neil deGrasse video was explaining, and he also mentioned it on podcasts, is that reality is actually like an infinite number of microscopic wormholes that we can't see. Like the same way that a tree is made of cells, reality itself is made of wormholes. And people don't know what's at the other end of wormholes, but we know that things go into wormholes and sometimes they get spit back. Sometimes stars go into like black holes and wormholes and get spit back out. We don't know. We've never been in one. We don't know, but we know that it's made of tiny wormholes. So I'm thinking that like I see us more as like bigger souls, and we've condensed ourselves into a smaller, finite experience, just for the experience. So it still might be the same person, but I'm pretty sure that like when they go off and come back, when I wake up in the morning with my girlfriend back in the day, and I would see that we would both be given decisions to make during the day. When she would leave, I'd have no real way to know if it was like a Truman Show at a quantum level with other dimensional beings watching, and that she literally that version of her literally shifted away, and then I'm just left with the version of her that decided to shift back. You know what that means? That's what quantum physics points to, but how would you guys explain? Here's one thing that's cool. A lot of times I think about something that I need in my life, and then I am sort of led, like inspired. Like how often do you guys like get an idea where you're just kind of sitting around and all of a sudden I should go do this? Sometimes when I was out, and when you're out when you don't have anything to like ground you, like you don't have a home or a family or places to go, you have more bandwidth to think about different stuff. So I would, when I get like a heavy inspiration that I should walk down this street. This specific example was I needed a cot. I was sleeping in a cabin in the woods up a mountain 2 years ago, and I was like, my cot broke. I need a better cot. I'm just laying on the tent in the cement in an abandoned sugaring shack in the mountains. I'd really like a cot. And then I didn't want to walk 6 miles into town down this mountain, but I got really inspired, and I just like I got up and was just really excited to go get a soda from the gas station. I was going to walk 6 miles and then 6 miles back. Because it was just summertime at night, and I like to listen to music and smoke cigarettes and walk alone by myself and see the stars and listen to the music and make my own songs as I go, singing with the smallest population state other than Wyoming. Nobody really around. It was an adventure. But then as I'm walking, all of a sudden, instead of going to the gas station, that inspired action points me to a road I've never gone down before. And I hear my own consciousness. Like, it's just my own thought. I'm not saying it's a voice in my head. It's just my own thought. I think to myself, I've never been down there. I want to go see. So then I go down there, and then the only thing there on that road, all the lights are off. Nobody's there. And there's no cars as well. Like, oftentimes I go places and I'm like, I don't see a garage here. Where do people just have lives? Sometimes I go down these roads, it's completely deserted. But then sitting in the middle of the cul-de-sac that says free with a green heart, swear to God, a green heart colored, probably a kid made it or something, is a cot. And it's a nice, like, expensive cot. Like, I'd never have been able to afford that. I was hoping for, like, just a couple pillows I could lay on the ground. But I get this better than I expected. So I bring it all the way up to the cabin. I sleep in it for one night. The next day, I go back into town, and then immediately, somebody offers me a job doing carpentry. It's like, thank God, I've been trying to get a job for so long. Thank you. The next day, I rest because I have the cot, so I'm rested. Finally. I go charge my phone at the McDonald's. It's a big mountain, I said, that I go down. I get on my bike, and I'm going down the mountain. I like to send it. Halfway down, I hit my brakes, and my brakes don't work. So I can't stop. I'm already going 40 miles an hour. I see this church. It looks like it's not a steep decline. But right in the corner, it's a 10-foot drop. So I fly off the fucking 10 feet drop, land on the handlebars, flip over, hairline fractures down my whole side, knocked unconscious, woke up, and I thought I was paralyzed because I couldn't move and I was screaming for help. And there were just people at the intersection with their windows down. I'm going, help, please, please. And they just drive away. Eventually, I force myself onto the cement manhole cover, and then I limp over to the outlet, and then I make sure I still have Medicaid, and then I call an ambulance, and then they take me in. And now I can't work, and I'm fractured. And I can't crawl back up the mountain to get there. It hurts too much. So I decide to spend some time in town longer and lay in the field. And then people tell me, like, they're mad, but the security at this high school during the summertime, nobody's there. They said that they didn't mind if I went to the river and put a tent out there. So I go and put the tent out there, but on the sand and stuff or in the woods there, it just hurt too much to be on the ground. And then I go, yesterday I got a cot. So then I was able to bring the cot down and lay the cot over by the river. So I was able to open the tent thing and be by the river where it was really nice. And I think the next day I was given a guitar. That guitar that I have in there. It was the year of the snake. I said it was going to be red and green and yellow, and it's a red and green and yellow snake skin guitar patterned. So I wanted to get a job, and then I'm going there, and then I crash, and then I'm forced to this place. And because I got inspired to go on a walk 2 days prior, I have a nice expensive cot to let me heal and let me be comfortable by the riverside and do that. Another instance is like I wake up in the middle of the night from a nightmare where the trees have hands and they're forcing a war bonnet onto my head while Celts, I think, are painting my shoulders blue. So I didn't know then what blue woad tattoos was. I had no idea but that Celtics wore blue. I'd never seen Braveheart. But eventually I looked up, like, did Irish people have blue tattoos? And you find out like that was a huge part of their culture. And it was the exact design that Taga had in the new Avatar movie with his blue tattoos. But at the end of the dream, before I wake up, it all dissipates and there's a spirit in the dream. It's not a schizophrenic hallucination, it's a dream. But in the dream, it basically, without speaking English, I learned that I had passed some initiation of some kind and that they were my Native American ancestors and that they have a gift for me. And then I wake up and I was like, that was crazy. And I just sit on my phone, go about my day. And then I get inspired to go into town again, so I go into town. As I'm walking down the street, I get inspired again to go look at this box. I feel the same thing, which could go into schizophrenia territory, even though I've tested out of schizophrenia. But I did feel as if the same thing in the dream was there when I got the thought to look over there. Because I felt the thing again, and then I look, and there's a box that says free. I go in and look, and it's just a dream catcher. So I had a dream that my Native American ancestors were giving me a gift, and then I walked 6 miles into town. I saw it kind of again. I looked to where it was coming from and saw a box. I opened the box, and the only thing in the box was a dream catcher. I also, like a month before I got the car, there's a live stream we could probably find where I'm walking past this parking lot, and I said I just saw myself in a bluish green SUV, like RAV4, and then I just keep walking, and then a month later I wind up living in that parking lot in a blue and green RAV4. Pretty much every religion in the world just says that that's God, and that happens to all of them all the time. The very wealthy Christians that I speak to here tell me that they get visions from God all the time. So I don't know. I test out of schizophrenia every time. And I'll tell them the craziest shit that I think, which is that something that has to do with my emotion or electromagnetic energy, somehow it's like doing something with the forest, and I get an actual reaction from the environment based off of my inner thoughts, whether if it's negative or positive. Usually if I'm optimistic and excited for the future, there tends to be a negative response from crows and a positive response from songbirds. But then there's some moments where I test, like, how connected is everything? And if I can get into that moment and I ask for a right to left thing, sometimes it'll be like 6 bees at once and 2 birds all at the same time, aligned like this, and they all go like this. And then Demon Hunter can tell you, the way that I ask for shooting stars, where sometimes at night I'll look up, and if I feel like there's more presence here, less disassociated from trauma, more focused, and I just look up with humility and curiosity. I'm just like, am I still on the right path? Are you up there? At shooting star. Sometimes it's been like, okay, can you make it do a loop and go this way? Just to show me it's not a meteor shower or a satellite or something, and then it'll do it. One time last summer, I just got out of the tent and I went, "Are you guys still up there?" And then I saw two slow-moving UFOs with golden streams like tadpoles slowly appear and then slowly go over my tent, right above my tent, and then disappear. And then Demon Hunter also gets them. Demon Hunter, my mod, literally goes out and does the same thing. She'll sit down and go, "Can I get a shooting star?" And then she'll get them. One time in front of like 50 high schoolers and college kids at a party at a park that I lived at, making music there. I went after I performed all my songs and I was given a car. That night, someone gave me a car for free. I went, "Should I go see my dad for his birthday tomorrow?" Shooting star. I was like, "Are you sure?" 2 shooting stars. "Can you go the other way just to show me that it's real?" Then all of a sudden the other way. And it was only when I asked. So what I would say, devil's advocate, would be either I was being inspired to say those things by something that already knew those things were going to happen, where I was more of the effect and that was the cause, but I was told before it happened so that I would feel as if I'm the cause. But I can't knock the fact that it happened so consistently and complete. Even like last week, I went down to get the plywood from Central Vermont, and I felt the same presence that I did back when I lived in Central Vermont. And I said, "Are you guys still up there?" And then I shooting star immediately. And also that night where I was just begging, "Should I go see my dad? Should I go see my dad? Should I go see my dad?" And I got it for a half hour, just every time I asked, shooting stars. Eventually, my dad messages me and goes, "I saw a shooting star," and it reminded me that you talked to the shooting stars. So I went down to see my dad. I was like, if there are aliens and you're real, who's going to believe me? They're going to think I'm schizo. Who's going to believe me? Just show yourself. And then the next morning I woke up and there was a praying mantis on the hood of my car, and it wouldn't leave me alone all day. It just sat there staring at me all day. And I have a video somewhere I could probably find at some point. I know it was on my Snapchat, but my Snapchat is deleted now. I don't know. I think I deactivated the account. Swear to God, I'm not bullshitting you. But I might have it maybe on the hard drive of my computer that's broken in the SSD. So maybe I can find a way to get that onto my new computer and I can show you like the alien stuff. But basically that same day that I saw the praying mantis is literally sitting on my car. Still. It had been like 5 hours outside the price shop. I go on my phone and I'm scrolling, and then it's Joe Rogan, and he looks whacked out, and he's staring at the camera like, "What if praying mantises are actually 10 feet tall aliens, and they just send little ones to see how we would react to them?" And then the clip ends. Then that evening, Nope by Jordan Peele had made it onto my bootleg websites. So I watched Nope. And Nope is about a UFO. It's a Western where they try to get it on camera. But then when they finally have the security camera set up to capture the UFO, a praying mantis comes down and looks directly at the camera and blocks the view so you can't see the UFO. And I didn't see a praying mantis again until 2024 in the spring. It was a full moon, and I heard this rustling outside. I looked through the tent flap out the window of the abandoned cabin with no doors or windows, and out there, clear as day, I see a fucking giant praying mantis slowly walk out and be by the window, like 10 feet past the window. And I'm like looking at it, and then it immediately reflects my own thoughts back at me, and I get hit with my own thoughts and my own consciousness, and it shows me that's what you're like. When you stare at me and you project at me like this, that's what it feels like. So then I let go. So I was like, okay, I'm here. And then a dark shadow person comes out, and then I immediately see a bunch of information come from it, and it's showing me that it was the man who made this cabin, and that he wished that he had spent more time with his family rather than chasing having his own land by himself in the woods. And that he was telling me that I shouldn't be doing what he did in life because he regretted it. He would have rather spent more time with loved ones and been a part of the community rather than escaping into the mountains like I was doing. And then It disappeared, and then the praying mantis slowly walked away, and then there was a wow, and then it was gone. Then a year later, I'm back in that cabin, and then I feel this buzzing, and then I see literally in the middle of the night the apparition in my mind of a praying mantis, and then it zaps my arms, and I see it crawling into my body, and then my arms go like this, and I was like, I'm not dealing with that shit ever again. No thanks. Nope. No, 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 no. But then that night I'm scrolling, and then I see a picture of Kim Kardashian and her daughters, and they're all doing this. It's literally, you can find a picture on Kim's Instagram if you go back to 2024 or 2025. Maybe it's a Christmas picture, and they're all doing what happened when the thing tried to get into my body. They're all looking like that. Can you by chance smell colors? Yeah, I'm clear all of it. I guess technically I would be clairaudient, clairsentient, claircognizant. I'm all of it. Like, I know when people are going to come up here to visit me because I see the future of them showing up. I didn't know that they had yellow lawnmowers, but the day before they showed up to mow the lawn, I saw them on the yellow lawnmowers. And I knew that I had to clean up the shit so that when they showed up, they wouldn't see all my garbage. So I cleaned up all my shit, and then they showed up the next day on the yellow lawnmowers. I have to edit the video because I wasn't wearing underwear. Is that a tick? What the fuck? Yeah, it was. I popped an engorged tick that was on my leg. But yeah, I mean, you try talking to a camera for hours, and you'll end up talking a lot like me and Matt. If you're not reacting to other people's content. If I were just reacting to other people's content, I'd sound like Asmongold. If Asmongold was a guy who just talked directly to the camera with no content, he'd sound a lot like me. Maybe he wouldn't say his spiritual beliefs, and he would just talk about, like, I don't know, most people that talk to cameras, if they're not telling stories, they're just shit talking other people. If you have a channel where you're just talking, you're either telling stories that eventually get to God, or you're shit talking somebody else at the end of the day. Unless you're like depressed and all you're talking about is, today I'm going to go do this. I don't know. If I get land, I'll invite M stands for money out here. Just to see what happens. If I can stay on this camper, but I don't, and they said that this is mine, but there's no like deed involved, but they said that I'm never getting kicked out of this place, and that I can change the locks, and it's just my space now. But I wouldn't try to like bring somebody else here yet. I'm more interested in finding a plot of land, even if it's not this. The owner has another 200 to 1,000 acres. I'm not sure how many of those 1,000 acres are in Vermont, but I know that he has like 1,000 acres total across wherever he lives, somewhere in the Midwest. I know he has another, this is 100 acres. I know he has another property that's 200 acres, 2 hours south. And I know that I have the same church that I crashed my bike into when they twisted the brakes off it. They now have a sex trafficking program where they help survivors, and they're looking for land, and it's Christian based, and these guys are devout Catholic, Christian, whatever. And I like carpentry. You notice how they ran out of shit to say? They came in trying to talk shit, and they run out of ammo immediately. There's really nothing to say. At the end of the day, it's just they're not brave enough to go through what I have. Because if they did go through it, we'd be on the same type of time. You heard? I think that if they were to accept that the only issue I have would be response to a really hard life, they would be confronted with the fact that they have not gone through anything in their life. So it has to be some type of mental disorder. It's not just that I've overcome a lot of terrible shit. And I just don't see how they could spend their day doing that. Like the whole day. I think that I saw those people that commented earlier. I think I saw them 4 hours ago. So the same time I've been talking for 3 hours, they've been staring at somebody else's face and trying to come up with negative things to say about the person. They spend more time than I spend online. But they insist that everyone else is a loser with no life because they go to work. Congratulations. What I don't understand, if there's a veteran that trained, spent 4 years in the military, never saw combat, never had anything bad happen to him, gets a government check for the rest of his life, how is he not a freeloading bum taking handouts? I've seen more combat than most veterans that I meet. And I didn't have training, and I didn't have people with me. I was alone with a hatchet fighting off people trying to kill me in negative degrees. I carried a homeless person on my back to a heater. I stood up against an entire town multiple times, multiple different towns, where groups of like 20 to 30 people would get together trying to find any way they could to hurt me. And when they couldn't, they said that if I stuck around, they would kill me. And then they turned off all the cameras and the lights. Most of my fights have been with people, I'm like 5'9". These people were like over 6 feet, and they were big people. But they weren't like 20-year-old bodybuilders like in their 20s. They were like 40s, but they were still huge people. And I whooped them when I was 22. I've just been through more shit, man. So if I get on disability, I'm a freeloading bum. Yet the veterans that didn't go through any shit at all, and they had people and training with them, they had a whole support network. They had a whole battalion with them, and they trained together for months. I was traumatized and left to die, and I had to go through worse than they had. But if I were to get benefits, I would be a loser. But their benefits, somehow they're a hero. You know what I'm saying? That's just the question. Do you think that veterans that receive government assistance, even though they saw no combat and they didn't do much but just sit around in Tokyo with their buddies, but they get a government assistance check, they get all these benefits, how are they not more freeloading bum than people who actually went through shit and did things for the community, actually made a difference in life that resulted in PTSD? And they If they were to get benefits, you'd call them a freeloading bum. How are the veterans that didn't do shit not freeloading bums? Just because of the idea that they're somehow a hero, even though they didn't do anything. Why is there this stigma? And the point to my channel was that it wasn't a choice. The point where it gets to be a choice was like, yeah, I probably could have gone to California and stood outside the Home Depot and probably gotten work roofing or something. But that was the plan when I left. I mean, I was working 2 jobs, and then the car accident, and then I couldn't function well. I tried to work. I worked at 4 different places, and I just couldn't deal with the spirituality of it. Where I would be serving at a deli, and all the girls were fighting for my attention and hitting on me and trying to meet up with me after work, and I had a girlfriend, so I didn't, and I wish I had because she sucked. But all the girls liked me, and I was doing fine, serving mac and cheese at the deli. But then all of a sudden, bright light, and I see this couple, and the couple's coming, and the couple's going to get married. But the couple is lying to each other, and they don't really love each other. And it's all fake. Their whole life is fake. But they're coming for like some type of an event. It's like an event that they're coming for. And then all of a sudden, when I'm like, okay, then the couple walks in like robots into the room, into the deli, walk right behind me, and they're standing behind me, and my manager is helping them decide what they're doing for their wedding. And while they're behind me, and I'm still serving completely fine, serving the mac and cheese, you know, I look over and see that the girl that really likes me is just staring at me, serving the mac and cheese. But behind me, I can see that before they speak, all this information kind of floats above their head, and they're funneling out the dishonesty and forcing themselves into playing as if they actually love each other when they clearly don't, and they don't even know each other. And then I'm like, if that's true, and I'm able to I know what they're going to say before they say it. I can see what's going on before they say it. I know when they're about to laugh. I know when they're about to make a bad fake joke, and they're going to perpetuate this bullshit sitcom-based culture. If that's true, that there's something orchestrated happening, what else is real? Like, what else can I see? And then I see that there's something negative watching, and it's much bigger, and it's mad at us. And I'm like, what is that? And then sirens go off, somebody drops something next to me, and then accidentally in the jump, now I suddenly can see literally everybody for who they really are. And then I look around at everyone, and then like I'm looking over there, and there's somebody standing with their back turned. All of a sudden they jolt, and they stare at me like this. And I didn't know how to handle that, because that's crazy. I didn't know how to be normal after that. Because then I would go sit in the car with my girlfriend, and I would see that there was 2 other guys. Their faces were like contorted like creatures, and they were under her arm, holding her heart here and looking at me, amused. And when I would try to talk to her and like break through that, she would like, even if it was just like being aware of that and then saying something, you know, like just, how was your day, whatever, I would see that thing would kind of electrify for a second, and then she would get really negative. So then I just kept seeing it as this person's face that's attached to her. So then I go and look at their messages and find out that they were sexting, and that it was an attachment. And then later, she randomly drops me this long love note and says, I'm really sorry, I woke up and I didn't realize how many attachments that I had to other people, and I'm really sorry that I put you through that. And then she comes over, and then I see her almost there. She's almost real. She's almost here. And then she decides she's afraid, and then when she retreats back, the forces kind of get back into her, and then she leaves. She was completely controlled by something. But I held a grudge. I never let that go, that there's more going on than I could understand. So like a scientist, I just slowly collected more evidence and tested the waters. And that's when I would see like a demon walking up the road. I'm laying in my Section 8 apartment. I don't know why I see a demon going up the road. I go to my window to be like, it's about to turn the corner. And then all of a sudden, there's a guy walking up the road. He can't see me because I'm schizophrenically looking through the blinds. Like, why am I seeing a demon? What the fuck is happening? Then he goes up the street and he can't see me at all. His back is turned to me, but then he goes like this. And then walks away. I'd have wake up moments where I'm completely aware of something else, like it's just really brighter, and just super awareness where I can see all the changes happening and I can see that there's a narrative going on, and that when I become more aware of the script starts to react as if it's conscious, almost like a Truman Show type thing, but not with people. Then I feel like when the thing reacts to my awareness as if it's like moving backwards and reacting to it, all of a sudden my buzzer bam 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 bam. I hit the buzzer and then my friend sprints into the room and wants to take me somewhere. My only friend. So I go with him and he's with his girlfriend and they take me to some trailer, like this double wide in the middle of nowhere. We go in and it's a woman who's 40 but she's dressed like a 16-year-old, like yellow shirt with like purple suspenders with a flower on it, and she's talking about how ketamine cured her depression and saved her life. And I'm sitting there and I see spiritually. Have you ever thought about running drugs for a lot of money? And then my friend Nate goes, we should fucking fill up our car. We could do it. And then I remember thinking about a memory I had months before where I had asked if it was possible for angels that were benevolent and that actually cared and were actually more intelligent than us and actually good with no bad at all. I remember saying out loud that I allow it to possess me, to get me out of my hell and get me somewhere better. I remember I was crying out there, like in the parking lot of some closed business during COVID when everyone was inside, and I just was like, if it's real, I'm seeing all this crazy shit. If it's real, I don't care. Just get me to where I need to go. I remember remembering that, and then all of a sudden they changed the channel and it's Supernatural, and it's the episode of Supernatural where Castiel is talking to God. Castiel is an angel, and the man that Castiel is possessing went outside and said, "Hey God, I'll allow you to control. I'll allow you to use my body for angelic purposes." So Castiel, who is now possessing the body of that man for the duration of the show, says to God, "Look, I didn't fully realize that he had a family and that he had loved ones and he had a life when he said that. I was just kind of put here because you put me here, God. I don't know what to do." So he says, can you please give him his body back?" So after I have that memory and that thought, all of a sudden Castiel is like the inverse, saying, "I've been possessing this guy's body for a long time. Can you give him his life back?" And then two people walk in, and they look like regular angsty, like what you consider incels, but they have a lot of money and they're living in a trailer. Like they look like just like dorks in their 20s, but they've got like nice watches and shit in the middle of Vermont that's unheard of. Nobody has that type of shit. So then they look at me, they go, "Hi," and then they walk into the room, and then she goes, "Oh, those guys traffic drugs." So then I remember realizing that's not the life I want. I'd rather do something fun, like go on an adventure or something. I'd rather see what all this shit is about, with like the premonition and then the show. So then all of a sudden, when I decide that I don't want to talk to those people about running drugs after my friend had said we should do it, when I decide I don't want to involve myself with that shit, and I decided in my head, um, the woman goes, "I think it's time you guys go." So then we get up and leave. I go into the back seat of his car, and then all of a sudden his girlfriend takes him, and they run off the other way. They just completely run off. So I'm sitting there, okay. I guess I'm here. I didn't bring my phone. It's just me and a big thing of Danimal sugar, and I was trying to fast at that point. I was trying to see what fasting was about. So I'm just sitting there, and all of a sudden I into the side of my head here, coming from the tree line above the trailer behind the double wide, and I tune into it in my mind. Sirens going off. I tune into it in my mind, and then I see that it's not human, but it's humanoid, and it's just darkness. It's black. Like, it doesn't really have a shape, but it's choosing to look kind of like a silhouette of a person. And it goes, "What would you do if nothing was real?" And I'm just standing there waiting to hear more. And then I kind of hear it. It's like a river, like a stream, sort of. And in the stream, I can see the intent, like the information it's trying to share is saying, like, if you allow it, we can show you. If you allow it, we can show you. So I'm like, sure. As soon as I decide, sure, green lasers, like 20 of them on the top of the trees, green lasers pointing, like green lights. Not really lasers, but green lights. Tons of little green dots in the trees. What are you gonna do? So then in my mind, I'm like, okay, maybe, like, I'm kind of panicking because I've never been confronted with something like this, and I always want to do the perfect thing. So I decide I'm gonna go see what it is. So then as soon as I decide that, and I go to reach for the door handle, the woman in the suspenders and the yellow shirt walks out like this, and just walks to the front of the driveway, and then turns, and then walks around to the back of the property. And in my mind, I was like, okay, something's controlling them, and it's patrolling. And it's also them taunting me, and it's like something saying, how far are you willing to take it? Are you going to be crazy and sneak it back onto their property and explain that you saw green lights in the trees communicating with you, or are you going to bitch out? So I was like, and I waited there for like maybe another minute, and then I hear rustling, and then my friends are butt naked running through the woods, cackling, like, ah! They're fucking running through the woods butt naked over there. And then something says they're doing a demonic ritual. And I wasn't Christian. I didn't think about demons. Something says they're doing a demonic ritual about like sexual energy, and they're gonna come back bad. Is basically the information I got, was that they're doing something that's bad, and it's gonna fuck them up for what they're doing. So then I look back, and they're still there. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll go again. And then all of a sudden, all the floodlights turn on. As soon as I decide to do it again, all the lights outside in the yard turn on. Two more people that I'd never seen before, I don't know who those two people were, come out from behind the building and just slowly walk around the building. Again, this random trailer in the woods. Maybe they live back there, whatever, but I know that it was in response to my decision here. So then I said, fuck it. I open the door, and I sprint to the nearest light, and I do 150 push-ups. And then I walk back like, fuck you. At least I did something. At least I acknowledged you were real. I didn't just cower and hide. I did something. Then I get back and sit. As soon as I was done with the push-ups, all the lights went off. Everything went back to normal. All the lights went off in the trees. I sit back in the car, and I was thinking about fasting. And then I was like, did this happen because I was fasting? Because I do feel better. And the fasting did do what they said. It did the spiritual perfection, churning in, taking out the bad, and allowing you to get a greater sense of consciousness. Because I was meticulously getting all this shit. You know, I didn't smoke cigarettes or anything. I was healing and evolving based on what a neuroscientist had told me that gave me a book about quantum physics back in the day when I thought that I had a brain injury, but I didn't. My brain's fine. As I'm sitting there thinking about fasting, my friends show up again and they're like pulling at the door, trying to get me to open it, just ripping at the back door to the car. So then I just unlock it. They rip open the door and go, "Eat the sugar, Casey. Eat the sugar, Casey." And they think it's really funny. "Eat the sugar. Come on, eat the sugar. Eat the sugar." And I'm like, "I'm good." And then they take me home, drop me off. And I think I just sat there for a little bit, like, I don't know what to make of this. And then I feel some like ancient reptilian dragon thing. It's purple. And it's like curious about me. And it wants to like come like attached to me. And then my cat goes, and my cat slowly walks out and is staring at me like, "You're awake?" You know, like it's like, what the fuck? Because it hadn't seen me conscious before. So my cat's like trying to figure out what's going on. And I can see that the cat is the dragon itself. It's like a reptilian cat thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like what the ancient Egyptians used to pray to. So then I just pet the cat. Everything's fine. And then my girlfriend calls. And I would have shit like that all the time in 2020. Where I'm just like thrown into something that's so far out of normal reality, where there's some higher level thing that I don't understand. That happened like pretty much the entirety of 2020, was just over and over again. Like I took a Greyhound bus to Columbus because I wanted to chase my dream still. So I go to Columbus because there's a YouTuber that I was talking to that had like 30,000 subscribers that does pickup artistry. And I would watch him when he had 5K subs and he would just go out into Columbus and game girls. So I wanted to like do self-improvement and make content, and I could clip his shit and get him higher subs and stuff because I knew where he was lacking in content. Even though he was good at what he did, he wasn't as good of a content creator. He didn't really care much about the art itself, and I know a lot about art, so I knew how to get his thing to the best place. So I go down there, and I get a job. That day, I get a job at a pizza place. I go, and I'm walking down the street, and I'm like, if I'm here to do pickup, I might as well go talk to some girls. So I go and sit down with a group of girls, and then a girl named Shelby. They basically go, "You're not from around here, are you?" And I'm like, "No, I'm from Vermont." And I'm just telling the story about like I'm here on like an adventure, and I'm here to like kind of start my life, do some cool stuff. And she's like, "Come get a pizza with me." So we get a pizza together, and we're hanging out. And then as she's like explaining to me that they know that who that guy is, and that guy sucks, and that he's not normal, he's autistic, and he's delusional, and he's like a psycho. He might present himself as something cool with self-improvement, but in reality, you know, he might fool people at the club, but the people who are local know him and they see him as a creep. And while they're explaining that to me, he walks by and starts gaming a girl right in front of both of us. And he doesn't recognize me. But I see what I saw on the internet, that back being like in a place with nobody in a small town, watching it on the internet looks so much better and cooler than what was in front of me. So I'm literally seeing him for who he is, and I'm seeing that it has nothing to do with the girl at all, and it's mainly like the girl's just deciding, you know, I know what he's doing, do I want to engage or not. It's not like he's not like what he says he is, you know. He thinks it's that way, but everyone else, I had went out there to think about like social science and applying spirituality to, you know, like I found out at the end of the day I was doing better than he was. And that's why, you know. So then after that, she gives me a penny board, and her friend runs an Airbnb. So they give me a room at the Airbnb, and I go in there and I'm laying down, and then I all of a sudden the whole room gets really, really bright as I'm laying there and I don't know what to do in my life. Everything gets really, really bright. All of a sudden, all the fear goes away, and then I see these silhouettes of light floating above me, like 6 of them, looking down at me, and then they start to like hit me with energy, and they're just explaining to me how brave I am and how special I am, and that they're trying to explain to me that nobody that we watch does anything close to what you do every day of your life. They're trying to explain like nobody else accepts this higher truth and does radical brave action knowing that he's putting himself in danger with the intention of helping other people. Like they're just going off on me, like showing me, and I feel like this really like love that I never really felt in my life. And everything just gets really brighter and brighter, and then all of a sudden they say, go to New Mexico and go to this neuroscientist that you watch on Instagram and go ask her about us, and we will show her you. And she has tons of money, and she has the same dream in life you do. Just get there, and we'll try our best to make it work for you. So then I get a bus ticket right before I'm about to leave. I look back out the window of the Greyhound, and the 4 people that I spoke to are just standing there all together as if nothing was even real. They're just standing there. And they don't see me on the bus. They're just like standing in a field. They had never met each other, but they're at the park and they happen to be standing right next to each other, all together. So then I say goodbye. They don't even see me. I say goodbye to them. It was Curtis, who was the homeless man that would just like beg for change outside the donut shop. It was the pickup artist, and it was the girl the hippie girl at the sorority. And then it was the guy who before the Airbnb, I just posted on Facebook like that I'm here and I'm looking for a place to stay the night, and I wound up with like this kind of, like it was a guy in like an apartment going to school, but his rent was due and he didn't have a job, and dishes piling up all the way to the top of this, like past the sink, disgusting, roach filled. It was him. These characters were just standing there. So then I go back off on the Greyhound and I go on a whole nother adventure to Phoenix, and I meet this quantum physicist, neuroscientist that contracts with the CIA, because I show up at her office and then she calls the police and says he's a fan, I wrote a book. But then she calls me crying on my Instagram and says that people reached out to her warning her that I was coming. And then she had this big God moment where something revealed itself to her and showed her me and made her cry and realize that her ego, she had gotten so delusional from her fame and money and shit that I was reminding her of the truth. So she gave me like $500 and she let me stay a night at the resort. She introduced me to a guy named Martin Cabello. I don't know how many, that's the OG. How many of y'all know Martin Cabello? She introduces me to Martin Cabello. And then I just come home. But going back through Columbus, there was a girl named Kat. And she was hula hooping and just hopping Greyhounds traveling. And she was like 20. Because it was during COVID. Everybody was doing crazy shit. And I was talking to these 2 guys. Vermont doesn't have any black people, really. So when I was in these places with a lot of black people, I was curious. I wanted to talk to them. I wanted to, like, the culture is so different than here. This was before I lived with Vice Lords and I traveled through New York, and I was like, I got in with a bunch of people in Brattleboro, and I was hanging out with like 30 black people all the time. That was before that. That was like when I was 20, and the only black people I'd ever seen in my life were my vocal coach, who was Bob Dylan's background singer, and my piano teacher, who was like a prodigy jazz player. But then when I found spirituality, the only people that would talk about what I was going through, that understood what I was seeing spiritually and feeling spiritually and understanding about reality, was like Foster eBay, who's like an astrologist from Nigeria, who was my age, Uh, I met Infinite Waters once. Like I did like a private one-on-one call with him. So at that point in my life, I just thought that black people were more spiritually attuned. They were special. That they have this spiritual thing that white people don't. Or I didn't fully know how to articulate it, but I knew that the only people that understood the spiritual things that I was experiencing were black people that were yelling at cameras in the hood. So I was trying to spend time with these two people from Cincinnati that were arguing about sports, and we smoked a blunt, and we were hanging out on the bus. But this girl Kat kept interjecting, and she wanted to whatever. So I went back just to say like, hey, if you're still on the bus when they leave, I never get to hang out with people like this, and I just want to see what happens. And like afterwards, you can totally hang out with me. And I think I literally, because I was just radical action, like full bravery, whatever, being truthful, whatever. I think I said something along the lines of, I can see that you're really anxious, and I just wanted to say that aren't you grateful to be alive? And then I saw her like completely shift, and then everything went away from her, and it was enough that there was like an old OG, whatever, he had the full accent. He was probably, I think it's Detroit accent, but I'm not totally sure because I've never been to Cincinnati. I don't know if that's a Cincinnati accent, but I know I see people in Detroit with it. I would just call him an OG based off of what I've seen from living in Albany and shit. He was an OG. And he was like, I heard what you said to her. I just want to take my phone number, and if you ever need anything or you need a place to go, uh, you can come to Cincinnati. I was like, cool. So I hung out with them. They got off the bus, and then I went back, and the girl sucked my dick in the back of the RV. Not the RV, the Greyhound bus. My bad. And then I went home. And then 2 months later, I went back on a Greyhound again to go down to West Virginia. No, this was a year later. A year later, I went down to West Virginia to get a car for my dad because his Lexus, I think he had crashed it. And I had money from pandemic unemployment that I put into crypto. So I was going to buy him a car. Uh, I go down there, and the first thing the guy says, all the way going up, like from Vermont all the way down to West Virginia, the first thing the guy says is, have you ever played Among Us? I was like, no. And he's like, I'm really good at Among Us. And then his friend is like trying to tell me that it's a piece of shit. I shouldn't buy it. So I don't buy it. And then I'm staying at this Kroger, waiting for the bus to bring me back to the Greyhound station. And then I look up, and really short, darkest skin I've seen in my life, big bulging eyes, standing. He's really short, so he's looking up to the window. When we make eye contact, he takes off. So when I sit there with my Game of Thrones cloak, my Walmart fur throw blanket over my shoulders, I'm sitting at the Kroger. An hour goes by, and then I look up, and he's there again, and then speeds off. Another hour goes by, and I'm like, where's the bus? So I go in, and they say, it's Sunday. I had no idea what day of the week it was. There's no buses on Sunday. So I have to call a cab to get to the Greyhound station. I call, talk to some Indian telephone company, like caller. Cab pulls up, and it's that guy. So I get in the car. As soon as I get in the car, he locks the door and goes, bruh, I saw you in a dream. I knew you were coming. I know why you're here. You are special. God has something huge for you. You cannot leave. So at that point in my life, I'm like, fuck it. Sure. So he takes me up this big hill. At the top of this big hill, there's a Walmart. He's standing there. I'm standing there on this, like, the landscape mound, like where they have the trees in between the parking lot. And I've got the Walmart throw blanket, and I'm just trying to hold my connection to God up because I feel like every time he talks, he's like pulling it away. So I'm trying to hold it in. And he goes, Brian, I need you to be here right now. And then I hear on the phone Brian saying, I'm already here with my family. He's like, cool, come over here. And he gets on the phone again. He goes, Brian, I need you to be here. And then the other Brian is like, we're all the way over here. Look. Then he honks and waves. So then the two Brians and their two families and this man in the middle are standing there, and they all start praying for me Pentecostal. I'd never heard of Pentecostal in my life. I didn't know anything about spirituality, really. I didn't know much about anything to do with like, I built Legos and I philosophized or whatever, I guess. I did my own thing. I didn't really read the Bible or have really anybody to talk to growing up in isolation. So when these people are suddenly crying and going, thank you, God, thank you, God. And I'm like, looking to see if they activate the same higher level connection that I have. And I see that they're kind of forcing themselves not to and projecting it outward at something beyond themselves. And I'm like, and I'm trying to get them to realize, no, it's supposed to be in you. You're a receiver. You're not turning your router on. You're like trying to use a phone that's across the field. You're supposed to have the phone with you. You know what I'm saying? Jeremiah 33, and which I found out later. I end up living with one of the Bryans and their family. The kid's name is Ben, and their son. I mostly hang out with Ben, and I think he was 7 at the time. We'd bounce on the trampoline and play video games. It was really cool because I got to have a family finally. I got to like hang out with a family, and I was welcome, and it wasn't a burden to have me. I wasn't like a paycheck for the government or anything for foster homes that don't give a fuck, or like in institutions that would abuse us. So it was really nice to just hang out and play video games. I think I went on one date, if you count it as a date. And then that guy, the dark skinned man's name was Franchos, but he goes by Frank. So Frank and 2 Bryans. And Brian means hill, and Francis means ascent into truth and freedom. So Francis took me up a hill to meet Bryans. I'm sitting outside one night. I had smoked like just a hit of weed to see what would happen. The dog knocks on the door and looks at me in the eyes. I let the dog out. The dog sits next to me, and we're both just staring out, and I realized the dog is a reincarnated old man, and that it was never a dog, and the dog was fully aware that it's not a dog, but nobody else was aware that it's not a dog. So then I don't know what to do, and the dog doesn't know what to do. We're just standing there, and then I decide, can I pet you? Like in my mind, and when I decided, am I allowed to pet you? The dog's like, yeah, and it lets me pet him. And then when I'm done hanging out with the dog just knocks on the door again, and I let it back in. And then I look out, and I was like, is it really, am I just schizophrenic? Did I make this whole thing up? Am I crazy? In my head, that's the intention. And then immediately, directly in front of me in the woods in West Virginia, where the other one was in Vermont, the same green light. A year and a half later, the same green light. Bing! Just out in the woods over there. And I remembered that night where they revealed themselves to me and said, what are you going to do about it? I had forgotten about it. And then at the end of the day, I tried to like gaslight myself into thinking I was crazy. I'd be like, is there really something wrong with me? And I'm just schizophrenic making this whole shit up. And then the green light, boom, nope, we were here the whole time. Continue on your play, Casey. It's your show. And I think the next day we met Michael, who was a Scorpio that taught me MMA. And then eventually, like, I think a month went by and I went back home. And I mean, I had this one moment where at the end of it, I mean, Frank just got really crazy. Where he'd start to tell me that he was like, I know you're not gay, but you have a gay spirit trying to possess you. And I was like, all I think about is having sex with girls. I was like a sex addict. Like I had trouble actually appreciating people because I wanted to have sex with them. I've never had a gay thought in my life. Is it my voice? For weeks he would just keep calling me gay, and I'd be like, I'm not gay. I don't know what to tell you, man. I went to a bar, and I told him to pick me up, and I made out with a girl in the back of the car, in the back of the church van, and I had him drop her off, and she wanted me to go in, but I was like, I'm not. I have a girlfriend back home. I have a girl back home, bro. Um, but eventually, I find he just kept going, and then I had this realization. He was Pentecostal spiritual. He thought that spirituality is a currency, and he was trying to absorb my energy. He was taking it from me, and I realized that's why I felt drained and I couldn't really think much there, because he was always taking it from me, and that's what he was doing. So when I finally realized what he's doing, and suddenly I can see that he was spiritual the whole time. When he realized that I was aware, he immediately was like, "You need to get out," kicked me out of the church van and drove away. So then I got my power back. I was like, became aware of the demon and it left. And then all of a sudden, all the dogs on this tiny holler road back to where the family lives, like that bird, they all start screaming at me, freaking out. And I'm just looking at them, and every time I look the dog in the eyes, the dog like runs away. And then all the other dogs get mad. They're like screaming at me. All the dogs at all the windows are all together just screaming at me, where they weren't until I got the awareness. I walk back up to the house and we just hang out more. But then like a week goes by and it's like right before the 4th of July, or like a couple weeks before the 4th of July. The family that I lived with they were sleeping, and they're like, no disrespect, they were sleeping on a mattress in the living room, and then one of the kids would sleep on the couch, and then one of the kids would sleep on the recliner, I think. Or maybe they both slept on the couch, and the dad would sleep on the recliner sometimes, and the mom and the dog would sleep on the mattress in the middle of the living room. And then the daughter would sleep on this tiny sofa two-seater in the other living room. They had two living rooms. And then upstairs they had a room with like 40 cats. They would just throw the food in, and they just didn't. It's probably expensive to spay them, so they just kept having litters of cats. And then I would stay in the room up there with all the kids' toys and stuff on like a kid's mattress. I don't know why the kids didn't sleep up there on the kids' mattress and they chose to sleep on the couch downstairs. I don't know. But at the end of it, they were given a restaurant for free, pretty much. They had started a cab company. Then I left because they were celebrating the first day at the restaurant. I cooked chicken burritos for everybody. And I don't know if that was that day or a different day, but there was like a dinner where the pastor showed up and everybody was eating at the restaurant at night. And then I saw that I was a star, like a literal star in space. And I had this spirit, like this highest vibrational light possible, like this, like a literal star inside. And that I realized that the whole time I had it. But then it's revealed to me, Casey, you took a shot like an hour ago. You should not have drank. So then I see the star moving in, mixing with the alcohol, and then it explodes, and then a siren goes off outside, and then everybody goes like this. And I feel like I'm empty now, I'm gone, and the star energy is now in everybody. And then the daughter looks up and goes, I know what you did. I saw what you did. So then Frank gets up and tells me, it's time for you to go. You're not supposed to be in West Virginia anymore. It's time for you to go. After I released the energy and I was gone, after the star exploded, the guy gets up and says, it's time for you to go. But right before he goes back in, when I'm feeling like he had stolen my energy, he goes, I'm Casey, and then he slams the door and locks it in my face. And that was the last I saw of Frank. I think the next day or something, or like maybe 2 days later, my clothes, because I blew up on Dogecoin. I got like 15 grand, maybe 12 grand, plus 3,000 in pandemic unemployment. So I bought like a nice shirt, Tim boots, black and gold, Culture King, so it's a big C on it, and this nice bomber jacket. I'll go show you. Hold up. So I talk about the right to left and left to right birds all the time, but that didn't start in 2024. Mid 2024, I started talking about the birds go right to left and left to right when I ask them for things. I don't know why, but they respond to me. 3 years before that, right before I leave my West Virginia journey, I'm basically gifted a shit ton of money, and I decide to buy this shirt because I thought it looked cool. 3 years before the right to left and left to right birds. I just wore this every day. It was, that was back when I had abs. Now I'm kind of chunky, so I don't know if it'll fit right, but I would walk around, and I had short hair, and I would wear black jeans with black and gold Tims, gold chain. I picked up smoking BLKs, hanging out in the projects, but it was the projects of West Virginia at the time. I hadn't moved to New York yet. I hadn't gone back and gotten involved in the community, but I liked smoking blacks, so I started again because I would smoke it when I'd hang out with them, and they encouraged me to buy these clothes when before I would wear like a black dress shirt, jeans, and I think I wore like high top Adidas, and I would wear like regular sneaker like Pumas and stuff. They look cool. And I would match my shirt to my shoes because one of my foster brothers, Husto taught me to always match your shoes to your shirt or you'll look like a bitch. So I picked that up when I was 13. But I would wear like jeans and a dress shirt, and I would wear like, I couldn't afford Jordans or J's, but I would wear sneakers that look cool. So I had a bunch of sneakers of different colors, and I'd wear different color shirt, like dress shirts, with the sleeves rolled up and like unbuttoned here. And I would like my max bench was like 225, and I had abs, so it was cool. Then I started wearing like just black t-shirts, and then I would wear ripped jean joggers. And I have a nice pair of like leather high top Nikes that were black with the white, which was really cool. That my girlfriend got me when we went to Connecticut. But then I show up and I'm wearing Tims now, and I'm wearing this and chain on, smoking BLKs with a New York brim backwards. So that's when the cops started showing up at my Section 8 apartment twice a week trying to get in, saying there was a noise complaint when I didn't have any noise. They thought that I left, made a bunch of money running drugs, and came back. Because as soon as I got back with that Dogecoin money, I bought a Dodge Magnum that was painted like a Rolls Royce, like dark gray with a thin red stripe and then a light gray. Dodge Magnum's like it's a Charger in the front with a hatchback. I was like, it's like a Charger, but it's also like a Subaru. So it looks like Vermont, but cool. But that's when like people would smash my side mirror and key the fuck out of the car, threaten me online with their guns, saying you ain't about shit. I had no idea people were like that because those people had left me alone when I was barefoot during COVID, walking around, hugging trees and shit. Then I left home at 22. I left that apartment in 2022, and I've been homeless since. But yeah, I have spiritual experiences all the time, and the spiritual experience, it's not really schizophrenia. I don't believe the world is out to get me, but I've been able to understand when it is. I don't think the world is out to get me, but suddenly I'll feel like somebody is out to get me, and then somebody immediately shows up to get me. That's the schizophrenia argument, is that it's more like an awareness of something, as if I have connection with a greater intelligence. It's not really a paranoid delusion. It's completely evidence-based. I guarantee you Bender hasn't been watching, even though I'm probably the greatest lolcow to ever grace the internet. My Cash App, my PayPal, my Venmo's in my bio. Please give me money so that I can say I'm going to get a nailer, but then there's a good deal on vapes. And the universe told me to go get vapes. That was pretty cool though. I was going to get a cordless nailer to start framing, but then all of a sudden it was just a get a vape, get a vape, get a vape, and it was on stream where I'm like, "Are you sure? Can I get a right to left?" And then they all flying, and then I go to the vape store and the vape store's closed. So I was like, "Thank God." But then as I'm driving, the same thing that showed me the vape says, "No, you're supposed to go to this gas station." So I go, and then they had accidentally overstocked, so they were just giving it a deal to the small town community where it was just buy one get one free. And where the other vape store I usually went, it was $30 for a 25,000. It was buy one get one free for 50,000. So I got a really good deal, and it was only that day. So I was like, that sucks. But then I think Demon Hunter sent $200. So I got a gas can. I got non-ethanol gas for the lawnmower. I got an awning for the cabin down there, so that people can sit on the porch there. Because the problem is that they say it's open for prayer, but they do a great job to make it uncomfortable for people to hang out. Like I've walked around the cross section there, and anywhere you go, you're flooded by mosquitoes and ticks. So I've got these pavers to put a section where you could sit on a chair. I got a bunch of lawn chairs, and the people were just really. The owner doesn't know, and he doesn't. He's 90 and lives in a nursing home. But the people that are supposed to be taking care of this place, they're like kindergartner shit talkers. And then the nice people, they just seem indifferent. They seem like they don't really care either way. The guy who I say is nice, but it's probably Stockholm syndrome. Where I'm just like identifying with the first thing he said to me is, "Fortunately for you, I don't own the place." And I'm like, this is a place for Christians. You call it Soul's Rest. You devoted your life to God, but you refuse to believe that people can come into your life for a reason. Demon Hunter blessed it up. Yeah, Demon Hunter sent me $200. She did a fundraiser where she sold shirts. So I think I have like $80 because I bought a level, I bought a 35-foot tape measure, I bought screws, I bought a gas can. I filled my car tank up, which is a lot of money up here. And then I got a wrench set. This was a lot of money, but I figured I keep finding things I need to use the wrench for when I work on the camper, and then I go looking through my drill bits and I don't have the right one to get the bolts off. So I went there to look for something, and I couldn't find a drill at Walmart. I couldn't find a drill bit that works like a wrench, where you could just like screw it the same way that I figured for stuff like nuts and bolts, they should have a drill bit that works the same way that this does, where you have different drill bits of different sizes, and then depending on the size, you screw it in until it's tight. I thought that for doing like nuts or whatever, nuts and bolts, that they would have a drill bit that you screw in to match the size of the nut, and then you could unscrew it for whatever. But they don't. They didn't have it at Walmart, at least. If they don't have those, they should invent those. I bet I could probably 3D print one. So it was like $20, which sucks and ate up a lot of my money. But this, and then the awning I got, it's an 8-foot awning that I got specifically for down there for people to show like I'm trying to improve the place. So I spent 25 on that. So that totaled like $100, I think, maybe 110. It's all good. It's not any like, it's useful stuff. So now I can disassemble this awning. Tomorrow I can take this awning down because it doesn't work. Or I could take it down and try to find a way to open the awning. And then if I can get the awning opened, I'll probably take this tarp down and try to make something different for the winter. Because it looks cool, but it's kind of an eyesore. Oh, nobody's here. Everybody left. Nobody's here anymore. It is kind of cool. I built this. It's pretty put together. I don't know how I'm gonna. It's not even because one half of the camper has vents and stuff that's lifted and the other one doesn't. So it ends up being more on that side, and I didn't account for that. But eventually I'm gonna have to unscrew that antenna so that I can attach the whole tarp across, so that I can pull it taut over here. But that's just, I use the fence post, and then I use the deck boards for supports, and then I just screwed it directly onto the top of the arbor sides. I'm gonna have to clean all this shit up. This was just getting everything out of the way so that I could build this, because we had a 2-day thunderstorm. And it was 106 degrees when it wasn't the thunderstorm. We had a heat wave, and the heat wave brought, I think, a lot of storms. But I built this, which I think is pretty cool. Ideally, eventually I would put a secondary platform here probably, so that I could lift this up and then kind of attach it so that it's strong to the base, so that I can get this eyesore out of the way, and then lift that up a little bit higher. But it's cool, man. You're looking to sell your old driving RV? Where do you live and how much? I'd buy it if you let me pay $100 a month, and then you just have passive income. And then if I get more money in the future, I could just, let's say it's $100 a month, and then 6 months from now I can just buy it flat out. I wouldn't stiff you. I have consistent kind of between, you're in Mass, I'm in Vermont. How close are you to Brattleboro? Because that's my hometown. I have to go to Brattleboro at some point to get all my stuff out, and I couldn't fit it in here, so I was looking for something better. So if you have a working RV that drives, and it's not gonna like kick shit out on me, you know, I could meet you there or somewhere and then pick up all my stuff from Brattleboro and come up here. The problem is, I don't know how long you've been watching Your Man Kool-Aid. I have a mom, and she's not diagnosed schizophrenic, but she has issues. She had a lot of really traumatic stuff as a kid and growing up, but she's also kind of a malicious, vindictive narcissist. Like, she's not a good person. Some parts of her are really funny and she's pretty smart, but she would do things just to hurt me for the fun of it. And part of that was when I moved away. That sounds like a gas guzzler, but it sounds like something useful. And then potentially I could put an e-bike on the back or something, and then I could, for the winter, I could go somewhere and DoorDash for money. If everything works. How much do you want for it if you're trying to sell it? I could try to get it I still owe $1,000 on the car. Oh, the problem is that my mom told the cops I had a grenade and was trying to kill her. I woke her up and said, hey, I'm charging my car battery and I'm going to DoorDash in Burlington. When I got back, she had called the cops and said I had a grenade and I was trying to kill her. Sometimes she says that she completely made it up. Sometimes she says she really believed I had a grenade. Sometimes she says that she was trying to tell them that I had camping equipment in the closet, like a machete, and she was worried about the machete. I didn't do anything to warrant her seeing that. I wasn't violent or out of control or anything. So she gives me mixed signals. Like sometimes she says that she flat out lied. Sometimes she says that she has mental problems and was scared of something from a dream that she had when I woke her up. And sometimes she says that she just fully believes it with no evidence. But after that, she filed an RFA. And then she offered to pay my insurance for my car, and she would message me once a week. And then whenever she would feel like it, she would call. And then I'd get arrested, and now I'm a felon. So I can't find anywhere that will let me work. They said maybe in Swanton, which is like 2.5 hours from me, they have a recycling plant. I gave a hitchhiker a ride that said that he was going up there for a job, specifically because in Vermont they don't hire felons, and that's kind of the only place he knows about. So potentially I could go over there and try once everything's kind of situated here and organized, and I've changed the locks on the camper, and like all this crap is organized and moved. I have to move all this onto the pallets and mow that back so I can put the pallets down, and then take my Shelter Logic frame that's originally for this, and then put a tarp over it and make a smaller one to have all these boards, and then organize the stones and the cinder blocks, and then throw everything out of the camper, wipe it all down, make sure there's no mold. Then I could probably go and just 2 weeks full time if they will hire me. And then I probably have enough for what you're looking for. 2 to 3K. It doesn't have a bathroom. I don't need, I love pooping outside, man. And I need storage, so. I don't, like, I make it all depends on the landscaping guy who does truck driving that I lived with in West Virginia. Instead of paying the tithe to the church, because they're not happy with the church, they send the tithe to me because they like what I do and they believe in me, I guess. So they tithe to improving my life, which I felt bad about for a long time, but then I realized that they were sending all that money towards a church that didn't do shit. And I can understand why they're not happy about it, but they also, as part of their religion, feel compelled. So I'm like, at least I try to make the most of it. The worst thing I buy is vapes. And if I run out of food stamps, I buy a Domino's pizza and I make it last 3 days. But like, I spent it on gas cans. I spent it on tents, clothes, stuff that would actually improve my life. But that's my source of income. So it really just depends on what they send, would be what I could send you. Those are pretty damn good. I mean, do you have like a small business or something I could come help out for 2 weeks? Like if you do landscaping or something, I'd just work for free until you feel like it's like an equal exchange. I don't want to, if you're trying to sell it, that's just where I'm at. All right. And I'm not as crazy as I seem. It's just when you talk to a camera for hours, this is kind of how everyone ends up. But yeah. $2 to $3K for a camper in New England that works is an insane deal. It's a really cool deal. I owe $1,000 on my car still. Ideally, I'd like to go to Hawaii for the winter. Like, leave around mid-November with enough money. If I just didn't spend anything and they kept sending the tithe, I'd have enough to get back in, more than enough to get back in April. You ever went through a temp agency so they can find a job for you? I don't think felony stops you from using a temp agency. I've tried Voc Rehab and they said that most places don't have any openings. Like, even the road crew, there's just so little people here. Everybody has a job. I was trying to work at farms, but the farms and like small businesses and all that, they said that they're somebody's nephew's usually already on it. I'm taking a fucking shit. There's insanely wealthy people up here that have millions of dollars and they're in their 80s and they don't even know what to do with the money, and it usually goes to like dementia, like half-assed causes. Like, one lady in Stowe, I was told, has $2 million that she's giving away, and when she dies, she just, like, she didn't really, at the end of it, they were like, what are you gonna do with her money? And she was already Alzheimer's and completely out of it. And she went, I want to turn that piece of land over there into an animal sanctuary. So then they gave all this money to an organization, and then the organization pocketed the fucking money and never made the animal sanctuary. And the woman had nobody to contest the will. So I'm like, how come I can't find those people and show them that I actually have a plan in life? I want to imagine, like, so you're homeless in Vermont. It's illegal to be homeless in Vermont. There's no cameras. As soon as they find out you're homeless, they show up and slash your tires and break your windows, and there's no cameras. Nobody can do anything about it. If they don't do that and you try to get a job, they find out you're homeless, they say no, and then they call the cops and they trespass you. Then you're cold and out there with nothing. People are trying to jump you. People are trying to shoot at you, do whatever, take advantage of you. If you're a girl, you usually get raped out here. Then cops are like seeing you as a pest, and they do false police reports and encourage people to lie to them to give them a reason to go make your day worse. And then you just slowly degrade, and there's really nowhere you can go. You know that everywhere else is more dangerous than this, so this is like the lesser of two evils. And then eventually you pick up like a loitering charge, or you need a charger and you don't have enough money, so you take a charger, and now you're in the court system, and every time you miss court because you don't have like service on your phone or Wi-Fi to get the WebEx, and there's no bus to the courthouse, they just show up and beat the shit out of you and put you in jail. Now you function less. If you manage to get a felony, you're fucked for like 10 years here. There's nothing you can do. But my program, instead of going to a community action program and they say, I'm sorry, there's really nothing we can do, we don't have funding, we're downsizing, people have donated tents, you can have a donated tent the government didn't pay for, somebody else out of the kindness of their heart gave us a tent you can have. And you can have a couple Nutri-Grain bars, and they just listen to they'll listen to me or you vent about all the shit you go through, and they understand and they see it's bullshit as well. So you at least have an outlet to talk to. Instead of that, you go there and they say, well, we have this program called Acacia's Grace or Salvation or Casey's Sanctuary, where essentially if you are here long enough that he's trusted us to be a good character reference, so once you hang out for like a couple weeks and don't cause any trouble, like sit by the river and rest and kind of whatever, we'll tell the community to leave you alone, rest there for a little bit. After a couple weeks, call this guy, and then I answer, and I'm like in Miami with a bunch of Latinas. I'm like, what's up, man? And it's somebody like me just saying, hey, I'm trapped in Vermont and I don't know what to do. They fucking broke my leg. They jumped me out in the woods and killed my dog. They burned my tent down while I was in it, and they just won't hire me. And I'm like, I know, man. They fucking did the same shit. Listen, like, what would you do if you had $1 million right now? And then he goes like, oh, I would do this, and if I, just to see like where his mind's at, and if he was like, man, I'd probably spend it on drugs or whatever. Like, at least you're honest. We just talk, and I get to know the person, and just chop it up about life and what they're going through and what they want out of life, and eventually, I say, okay, well, in a garage, I built this tiny home shed on my on a piece on like 5 acres that I own up in the mountains. Casey at Capstone is going to go up there and get you these wagons I've designed, where it's like 4x9x4. It looks like a red Vermont barn. It has wheels and rickshaw handles, so you can carry it and take it with you. All your stuff can go in the back. It's treated so it's not flammable. It's hard for people to break in. It's protected by the Fourth Amendment, so cops can't rip open your door and rip open your tent and mace you and tase you and shit and say that you were resisting when you weren't. Potential for a solar panel, all this stuff. So just don't break it, and if you break it, it should be easy to fix. Like, it's just hinges and clamps, like those gates that you open the gate by pulling the pin and then the thing, and that's how it all folds in like a suitcase, and then you just undo everything, and then inside is a tent mesh to keep the ticks out, with like a couple windows. Like the one of the walls has a window that you can open, and then there's a mosquito mesh for the tent mesh inside. So it's all fairly replaceable, but if you break it, I'm not going to get you a new one, because I don't have enough for that right now, and I wouldn't trust it. If you broke it once, you wouldn't break it again. So take really good care of it. I've already worked with that town and these other towns. I have an app. So once you get this, there are places that I've deemed safe, that have cameras that go to my cell phone. If anything happens, all the community action programs can access the footage from their cell phone to the solar cameras. And basically, stay out there for as long as you need, but when you're ready, I've started this program where a van will pick you up and take you to these job sites, where you just turn big rocks into smaller rocks, or you help with landscaping projects, and eventually they can get pretty quick flagger certification. You can go out to the road crew, and it's completely, if you don't feel like going, you don't have to go. And when you feel like going, there's work for you. I'm just constantly talking to people about opportunities where they need physical labor done, and then have all these opportunities. And then when you're ready to work and you're motivated to work, you just show up at the site, do the work, you get paid for the work. It's not as you get working at a job, but it's on your own terms. So it's free, and it's more free, like freedom-wise. And if you keep doing it, eventually we have part of the program is that 30% of your income goes into a savings account. That percentage can be whatever you feel comfortable with. If you're like me and you have ADHD and you're impulsive and spend shit, you just have 80% of what you make go to a savings account in the program that only the program person can access. And it's with the deal. Like, this is what you signed up for. You have to talk to me to get the money out. If it's like an emergency and shit, whatever, yeah, you can access it, but it's mainly for you to get a car and get an e-bike. Once you get a car and e-bike, the next level of the app is that these are all the different parking lots you're allowed to go to, and this is all DoorDash, Instacart, Grubhub, Walmart Spark. Now you have the savings account, you have a year's worth of gas and insurance, you have a car, and now you have a way to make money anywhere, and these are the safe places that you're allowed to go. At another level, I want properties where it's just like a driveway into the woods, and it's got cameras, and it's got a gate, so you can't get in. It's like all fenced off. And you show up, and there's a QR code that you scan, and it calls me, and I just say, hey, what's up, man? And then you say, like, how long you want to stay for and what you're trying to do. And then I'm like, okay, download Cash App or Venmo if you have it. Or there's like you go down to the program and you give them the money, and it's just $5 a night. You could be there. It's 1 month. You could 7 days a month. 7 days a month you're allowed to stay there, and it only costs you $35. So you could do it all. You can reserve it, or you can do it one day at a time. And then at another level, I have a eventually for $20 a night. There's a shed with just like a little bed set up at an outlet that runs from a solar panel. So you can start off at the homeless people, the sanctuary site, for just $5 a day. And then when you get more, it's $20 a night, which is better than any motel or anything else you'll ever get. And if they keep making homelessness illegal, at the very least, I could afford. That's what I could afford. Door dashing, I could afford $20 a day. I might even do just $15 a day for the shed, but $5 a night. And there's a bunch of different a bunch of different sanctuary sites. The town I work in, if the police respond to a homeless person, they put you up in a hotel room. It looks good on paper, but it is really expensive, and the management of those places usually gets involved with the drugs and prostitution that happens. So then everyone lives in psychosis, and then there's just so much fucking drama. I'm trying to get it more where it's just people can be by themselves in the woods. Because that's what they mainly want, or they wouldn't be homeless, most likely. But there's also no opportunities, and then prejudice and predatory charges and ostracization. There's a lot of fucking mosquitoes out right now. I need a solar bug zapper to hang like right there. It's crazy that they can make being homeless illegal. That's disgusting. After the Emancipation Proclamation, when the slaves were freed, natives, Irish people, and freed slaves, and everywhere in between natives, Irish, and freed slaves, like whether they were black Native Americans or whatever, they were all hanging out by rivers and lakes and traveling through the mountains together, and they would just start cutting trees down and building communities. The American dream back then. And then now there was nobody working in the plantations because like half their people were left and were just wandering around America. So they invented what's called trespassing. So now the government could show up to where there's like 30 black, Native, and Irish people partying by the river, fishing and building little huts and having fun. And they would show up and say, "You are trespassing, and if you don't leave, you're going to jail." So then they're like, "Oh, fuck." So they get up and leave, and then they go down the road and set up, and then they show up and, "Nope, you're trespassing." They go down the road, "Oh, you're trespassing." And they're like, "Is there anywhere we can go?" And they said, "Oh, the plantation is hiring for like $0.01 an hour." Homelessness is illegal because they wanted black people back on plantations. That's historically the truth. The reason that it's illegal to be homeless right now is because freed slaves were independently creating their own communities with natives and Irish people. And they wanted them all back on the plantation working. So they invented trespassing. Abraham Lincoln is the reason that I got maced and dragged through broken glass for missing court for a trespassing charge because I was singing round dance music at a college. And the governor sent a video of me practicing my bird calls and said, "Why is this engine squawking on our property?" Haha emoji. So then they trespassed me. And then we had a hurricane and I didn't want to be in the woods, so I went into a field in a shed. And the shed was technically owned by the college, where I thought that it was like a farm that had donated. I was like, maybe because it's right next to the college, maybe the college is working with the farm, but I didn't expect the college to also own a farm. Like a whole field, a whole hay field where they're doing tractors and planting seeds and shit. I thought that it was a farmer that had like a deal with the college. I didn't think that it was owned by the college. So then after the hurricane, when I survived the hurricane that wiped out Plainfield and Barry, I could have died, you know. Like, imagine if that had flooded and I was just in this shed and the shed lifts up and then I'm just downstream. Or if I didn't do that and I was in the tent and a tree fell on me. But as soon as the hurricane ended, I got arrested for trespassing. Certified Ripper. I think the majority of people don't necessarily have a problem with homelessness. What bothers them is the reality most homeless people living here is totally trashed and disrespected. There's a lot to that. I'm going to go inside here, so hopefully the service is better, but there's just too many goddamn mosquitoes. There's too many goddamn fucking mosquitoes, so we're going inside. They're ripping at my fucking taint. They fucking ripped the shit out of my nuts, dude. I got like 40 mosquito bites on my nuts in like 5 minutes. They were biting me from under the chair. They were sticking the fucking needle under the seat. What the fuck? There we go. God, I think it was while I was pissing, they flew into my fucking sweatpants somehow. All right. For me specifically, why a bunch of trash was because the only food that I could buy with my food stamps that wouldn't go bad in the heat was stuff that amassed trash, and I had no access to a dumpster. So I was putting it in trash bags, and then I had piles of trash, and then I moved it outside because there were bears, and then a raccoon got in and ripped everything up. Then it was also extreme depression where I can't really think much, and I'm just so trapped in like survival, I guess. All I'm really thinking about is that I'll feel better if I just go to the store and I get my Arizonas and I come back and lay in the tent and I try to heal and try to like get back in my body and shit and just be here. Because the trauma was really bad. Then piles of shit in my tent. And in my mind I go, I'm gonna clean it, I'm gonna clean it, I'm gonna clean it, I'm gonna clean it. And then eventually I just move everything outside into like a pile. And then it's like I can't afford trash bags, there's no dumpsters around, or I don't want to be seen carrying the trash. So then I leave it there and I tell myself eventually I'm going to come back with a trash bag, and then I get kicked off the property. So I can't go back. How I want to, and then the homeless program will pay you like $1.50 for every full trash bag that you, depending on everybody else's trash. I don't know about why homeless people leave needles on the ground. I know that the more abuse the community put me through, the more it felt good to chuck trash on the ground. Like, the more people treated me like shit, the more I kind of enjoyed just dumping my trash on their properties. Like, I would take care of properties until they, like, showed up and treated me like shit or threatened to kill me or something. And then I was like, I'm not fucking cleaning this. Fuck you. And I also know that from what I've seen from homeless people that aren't like really kind of stuck in PTSD and addiction, just everyday normal homeless people, they take care of their stuff. I see more trash coming from the people that have jobs, that drink and they drive around and they go to the lake and they hang out with their friends. I see way more trash from those people just having like a whole party out there, even if they're in their 40s, where they're just getting together and drinking beer and eating food out by the lake, and they just leave everything there. And then eventually enough trash piles up that nobody goes there anymore, and then the homeless people move in because nobody goes there. Like one time, when I got my car in the winter and I was door dashing, I would park in Shelburne, which is by Burlington, and it was a big open parking lot, but there was just this section of it that was completely full of garbage. So I drove my car over the garbage because I didn't want to impose on anybody else. I was like, they're going to see me as trash anyway. I might as well just sleep in the trash. That way they knew no car was going to park here anyway. I'm not impeding everybody. And then the next day, some liberal soy boy cuck with his little dog runs up and goes, "Is that your trash?" Waiting to see what else he's going to say. Or I don't think he said, "Is that your trash?" I think he said, "When are you going to clean up your fucking mess?" or something like that. But he had a really high pitched, like almost like emotional tone. And, "When are you going to clean up your fucking trash?" And so I just stare at him like, and he goes to walk away. So I get out of the car and I'm like, "You have no idea what it's like. You're a pussy. My son is dead." And he was already calling the police, and all the white ladies were already congregating around him to protect him from the evil monster. So I drove away, and then I went out in the woods and started singing, practicing my songs, and then the cops were out looking for me. And they made it clear they were looking for Casey O'Brien. But then when they passed my car, and I was out in the woods, then they were looking at my car, they said, I don't know, somebody called about a dying dog screaming, even though they knew I was singing. And I don't sound like a dying dog when I'm singing. I think if it was easier to clean up trash, um, like you were allowed to be in cities, are you even allowed to throw your trash in people's dumpsters? Like if you have a home, how are you supposed to get rid of your trash? Here's the answer. When homeless people that I've seen are allowed to be on a property with no expectations and they're safe, they clean up after themselves because they're people. It might take a few months of resting to like break away from like the survival mode shit that they're trapped inside. But if you leave them there long enough, they want to clean up. If you treat them like shit and you make it illegal for them to be there and you punish them, they don't. They leave their trash on the ground. I get the answer is killing the homeless people with kindness works, but it doesn't work as fast as people want. But neither does punishing them for being homeless. That creates more problems. At the end of the day, improving their quality of life to a point that they no longer feel the need to escape, to breakthroughs in healing addiction, and caring more about the environment and the community. If you make them out to be the enemy and you treat it as if they're an invasive species and you're at war, they're going to treat it like you're at war. And then the other answer, which probably doesn't apply to everybody, is after trauma, where people like dominate you and make you feel like you're not allowed to exist anymore, and you can't really think because you just feel what they did to you just pressing against your consciousness, and you go to think and it's just a constant loop of being abused, where even though it happened months ago, it's still just you're constantly being abused as if it's happening right now. When you have no feelings of safety, throwing your stuff in the area, like all my shit around here, gives me this general feeling of that I'm not hiding in my body with forces around constantly abusing me, I feel more like a comfort zone has been created, which is, I think animals do that all the time. Back in the day, that's why they would hang totems on trees around their territory. Like humans back in the day would leave stuff around. It's the same way that homeless people leave their trash. It's giving them an expanded sense of self, which makes the abuse that they're constantly stuck in, or their demonic influence, whatever you want to call it, it makes that lessen when they have a bigger horde of crap around them. These people were awful. Some of them were good though. Yeah, that's the best answer for why homeless people leave trash. Is that it's hard to get rid of the trash. Um, some of it's like a fuck you to the people that treat them like shit. Some of it is that they really want to clean up the trash, but they're stuck, and they can't really think that far ahead. They can't really plan because they're just trapped. And then some of it is that it makes them feel more comfortable to be out there when they have more stuff around them. Like sometimes I would leave, like something that was comforting for me when I was in Burlington was that in the middle of the night, if I have my chip bags around, and I would like lay my bike and my chip bags and shit on the trail itself, so that if people were walking up in the middle of the night, they would trip or step on the chip bag, and I would know they were coming. Some of it is like that. Like I mean, in the woods specifically, like I liked having my trash out there because I knew if a bear was coming, I would hear it rustling through the trash, and I would have time to get ready for it. But if I had left all my trash in a bag in my tent clean, that shit would I'd wake up to the bear on me instead of hearing the rustling outside over there. If there was like imagine like DoorDash, but instead it's like you can use your EBT card to pay somebody $20 an hour to come gig work, remove your trash, there would be no trash because hustlers would be on that shit really quick. Where it's like you take they show up and they take a picture of the trash and they estimate the square footage or whatever that they're cleaning, or the amount at the end of the day they I don't know, there'd have to be like AI recording while you do it or something. Some way to be honest about the amount of trash you cleaned and how long it actually took you. Um, to make it like whether it's a flat rate or hourly or how much the flat rate is per campsite or something. Uh, would be how much that this app would charge you, and it would be taking from your. You could pay with it for with EBT. But eventually, we'll have universal high income at some point where we're all getting handouts every month to keep society going. At that point, you can just pay people to come get rid of your trash. Like I would, if I had somebody I trusted, I would pay them $30 to help me haul all my shit over here and help me mow the lawn for an hour. Just because when I try to do it, my ADHD mind goes off in all directions, and then I get triggered by something from my past, and then I'll beat it, and then all of a sudden the crows swarm and scream at me, and then I can't really think anymore after that. And then I get up and I try to do something, and then there's something on Marketplace for free that's really nice, and then I wake up or I get a bunch of notifications with troll messages, so I go live because I just got like an overwhelming amount of shit today. So I went live. I don't get it. I just don't get how they think they're better than anybody else. That's the main thing. Like at the end of the day, there's a guy talking to a camera, and you guys think that you're better than the person talking to the camera because you have a life and he doesn't. Yet I see you spending just as much time as they're alive sitting on your phone talking shit about them. At least the person that you're talking shit about is generating content, is entertaining an audience. You are cosplaying as a content creator. and you're dealing with like the worst parts of the internet. Like it's just the most addicted, narcissistic bullshit, feeding each other's delusions, calling everybody else crazy. You're a good dude. Thanks, man. I'm much different off camera. I'm still a good person, but I'm not ranting and crazy, I guess. I still hold the door for people just because they're confused and it's awkward that I'm holding the door for them and they don't know what to say. And they're usually mean. I hold the door for people and they're mean to me. Like today, a woman went, like I held the door for a girl behind me, and she goes, "You wear those boots even in the summer? You don't have any other shoes?" I bet you're really hot in those. And then as I'm going through the store, I think I wish I should have said you're not so bad yourself, but I didn't come up with it fast enough. Like I held the door for two girls that were probably like 19. Hold the door for people, and they laughed about it like I was like a simp or something. And I was like, nope, it's just 100 degrees out, and I wanted a couple more seconds of the AC, and you were walking into the door. So, and I was also, people were like looking at me funny in the truck over there. So I held the door so they could see me holding the door for people, which I know they don't do. I see a lot of like, if a middle class white lady sees me and we're both walking towards the door, she will grab the door handle and then close it behind her to just close the door in my face as we're both walking in together. That happens to me a lot since I let my hair grow out. Since I let my hair grow out, people are slamming doors on me. Like it happens like a week where some white lady slams the door in my face. I think those are fireworks. Yeah, the fire. It's is it 9? The fact that I don't crash out and cry when these like losers on the internet talk shit makes them really angry, and they get like they get worse and worse to the point where like Bender threatened me. Never done anything to that guy. It's a tiny guitar. My fingers are too. Chris asked me about his son, and his life path reading was really special, and it ended with he's kind of living a boring life. He has a really special energy, but his life is kind of boring. So I'm not really seeing like a mission in life or a struggle that he's dealing with. I'm saying that there's a pattern that I want to warn you about, but at the end of the day, he just needs to take more opportunities and live a little, take more risks. And I saw a red car for some reason. But reading's usually better at night. Like, I bet if I do a reading right now, it'll be crazy. But there's nobody here, and I've been going live for 4 hours, so I'm going to restart and put free life path readings, and I'm going to do a few life path readings.